Good afternoon, everyone. We've confirmed that the meeting is streaming, so we'll go ahead and get started. Again, good afternoon. Welcome to today's land use session. If you bear with us a little, this is the first full use of this new AV system and remote meeting system here at the fairgrounds. We used it fully this morning over at the BOCC, so we're hoping for a much better sound quality for both folks here in the building and those that are participating online. I'm told there's potentially a 5 to 10 minute lag for the video that's streaming, so we will take that into account. We've got a few folks or one person that wanted to be called to make comment today. So I do want to remind folks that the governor's mask mandate is in effect, and note that it provides both requirements and exemptions, many of which are personal in nature. I do ask that folks maintain a 6-foot distance from those that aren't in their household. There are exemptions for speaking in public and for broadcast as we are today. And if you're making a comment at the podium, I would ask that if you're comfortable doing so, to remove your mask so the input can be heard clearly by all. This is apt to be a very lengthy session. If you need to use the lavatory, the restrooms are down the hall to the rear of the building here. And also ask that side conversations be limited, not so we aren't distracted from everybody being able to participate. So with that, the time is, excuse me, left my watch off. The time is 1:04, and we'll be coming out of recess from this morning's session. So Amanda, if you could call the roll.
Chris, we were just notified that it's a 13-second delay.
Oh, that's much better than 13 minutes. Okay. I can stutter for 13 seconds. So. All right. So if you could call the roll, please.
Commissioner Richardson?
Here.
Commissioner Thayer?
Here.
Commissioner Pettit?
Here. All right, thanks, Amanda. Okay, so today we've got a single item to hear. It's an application for an amendment to the design guide for the Spring Valley Ranches subdivision. The application seeks to modify several aspects previously modified in a plan that's been in place now for 14 years. There's a little different than in this hearing than general rezone or subdivision hearings, and those are generally based on meeting specific and regulatory requirements, whereas this is a change to a negotiated agreement. For those that aren't excuse me, familiar with design guide agreements, there's a little bit here that they're essentially contracts that are negotiated between the applicants and the government and public agencies that govern the land uses. In this instance, that agency is Elbert County, and it generally covers allowable land uses and other terms and conditions of approval that are negotiated between parties, as well as associated requirements. In this case, that includes anticipated off-site improvement in the form of roads, and the process by which financial assurances for those improvements must be performed, the conditions, timeframes, trigger points related to improvements. Spring Valley Ranch is a planned unit development, or a PUD. PUDs are essentially one-off or project-specific rezones that allow more flexibility in mixed uses that straight zoning like R1, R2, commercial do not. So the DGA is a companion to the PUD for Spring Valley and provides a more detailed agreement or specifics in relation to portions of the proposed development that's consistent with the PUD itself. And I think the staff will be talking. There have been several iterations prior to today. I know many of you have been very eager to share your views on the proposal or have had detailed questions regarding the amendment. I assure you, we share your frustration, and I know it seems like the three of us are not responsive to those those questions to communicate, but after several delays and continuances, I'm very glad we're actually getting to this today. These applications are considered in what's called a quasi-judicial setting. Essentially, our board sits like a judge would at a trial, and we can only consider evidence that's provided to us in the hearing when making a decision. So that prevents us from having substantial discussions about an application outside of public hearing. That can be considered what they call ex parte communication, and there's a risk that any decision made that's based on discussions that happened outside of hearing being challenged or overturned in a court. So, like I said, it is very frustrating to us, and I know it is to the citizens when they have questions about pending applications. So, the plan for today is will run until about 5 p.m. If we feel we're not close to reaching a final decision, the plan is to continue and finish up tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. The general sequence of events that will follow is community development. Staff will provide an overview of the application with support from Public Works or county engineer and potentially third-party consultants that have reviewed the application materials. We may have questions for them during this time. The applicant will present his reasoning for the proposed changes and any other detail that he feels is necessary for the decision. And again, we may have questions. At that point, we will open up the floor for public comment. As I mentioned earlier, we do have one person who is watching remotely and asked to be called for public comment. I've reviewed, and my fellow commissioners have reviewed all the input to date that's part of the public packet. The packet that was published Thursday contained everything we'd received up till I think about noon that day. Everything else that was submitted through last night has been provided for us for review, and that'll be part of the minutes of this meeting. So there's a full publicly available, all the comment will be there for you. So at that point, once public comment is complete, we'll ask the applicant and staff to respond to any issues that have been raised, and then we'll deliberate for either a final decision or continue if we feel additional time is needed. But before we open for the staff presentation, I'd like to ask my fellow commissioners if they have anything they'd like to say at the beginning or any questions, specific items they want to make sure are addressed in this opening.
The only thing I would like to say is when the applicant makes his presentation and our staff makes their presentation also, that we recognize that this whole set of issues goes from October 2000 till today. So some chronology in the history of things would be helpful.
Okay. Yeah, just having gone through the public comment and concerns, there's about 8 items. I think most of them should be covered, but if not, I would ask the staff and applicant to kind of look at presenting on the following issues. And one is just kind of the overarching question of why we should consider changing the agreement. It stood for 14 years. What are the benefits to the county and to the applicant of this? In terms of traffic flow, there's certainly changes to a road network proposed. Do the proposals provide adequate and safe movement of traffic to, from, and through the area? There are some concerns that are registered about the potentially low levels of service or high congestion at some times. What are the impacts of that? How the new intersection that's proposed at Delbert Road would be designed. There are concerns about safety, lines of sight, bad shoulders, et cetera, along Delbert Road currently. How would this be addressed? Again, that's design beyond the, I think, more general discussion of where the road should be located. Fiscally, what are the impacts on the county? Fewer road miles being paved. There's certainly savings to the applicant. There's also monetary contributions from the county that'll be voided. There's a locking of impact fee rates, so just general discussion around that. From our engineers that are present, again, if there's specifics, what are the specifics of the requirements for the design, local, state, and federal standards? How do they play into this? How are they achieved? And that's both for the roadway along 178 and flow of water over the natural drainages in the area. I know there's been some meetings between engineers, the counties, the applicants, and some local citizens that have expertise in the area. What were those issues? What was the outcome? And then there's some been some concerns expressed regarding changes in wording regarding water reuse, and how do those proposed changes play out? And finally, those were the big items. I know we'll probably hear some more along the way, but with that, I'd turn this over to Christina for the initial presentation, and we'll go from there.
Christina Stanton, CDS Director. We're going to start off, I'll go through the general information. There are a couple slides that I have from our county engineer who's going to present, and then I'll wrap up with staff recommendations before we turn over to applicant. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
I just realized we actually failed to open the public hearing, so with all that talk, I missed probably the most important piece here. So I would accept a motion to open public hearing on DGA 3 to Amendment 3 to the Spring Valley Ranch Development Guide Agreement.
I'll make a motion, we open public hearing on DG-20-0073.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second to open public hearing on this matter. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We're in public hearing. I apologize, please.
Okay, so like I said, I'm going to talk for a little while, then I'll have our county engineer talk a little bit. I'll wrap up, and then we'll be ready to move to the applicant, I think, after that. So again, this is the Spring Valley Ranch DGA Development Guide Amendment number 3, DG 20-0073. Which is a request to approve an amendment to the Spring Valley Development Guide Agreement. Spring Valley Land Investments LLC is the property owner, the applicant Jim Marshall, and I thought I had corrected that. The size is incorrect on this. I believe it's 2,200 acres. The community meeting was October 22nd, 2020. Application was submitted November 9th, 2020. Went through referral from November 16th through December 7th of 2020. Was originally noticed for a January 5th Planning Commission, but there were some errors with that needed to be corrected, so was re-noticed for those that did not receive the notice, and continued for everyone else to date of January 19th. We had a 2-day meeting, so there was the 19th and the 20th. And same with the Board of County Commissioners. It was originally noticed for January 27th. Due to those corrections and notice, it was continued to today, February 10th. The notice of property owners was sent December 18th, 2020 to property owners within quarter mile, 1,320 feet of the subject property boundaries. A sign was posted on the property December 9th, 2020. And was in the Elbert County News on December 17th, 2020. So for the second notice that had to happen for some folks that were left off of the first, that was sent out on January 5th, and mailed was sent that same day as well. Letter, yeah, I got both of those there. Both the letter and the mailing affidavit are shown here. This is the area zoning map, so you can see the full scope of the Spring Valley development property, and see the developments surrounding that, the agricultural properties and other residential properties, AR, RA, RA1 and 2, numerous in the area. My next map gets a little busy because I turned off the zoning and I turned on a subdivision layer so you could see names of subdivisions. And I tried to eliminate duplications, but some of them had slight differences. So there's a Pearson Ranch, the Green Bee, and then there's a Pearson Ranch Estates. So there's some others that are close by, similar naming, Meadow Stations and Vista Soul. I'm trying to see from this angle, it's a little bit hard. The Carlson Ranch up there as well. But that kind of gives you some perspective of all the other developments in the area. The application was sent out per our referral requirements to a number of agencies. The responding agencies, Elbert County Public Health, had no objections. The Elbert County Building Department had no objections, but did include a note within their referral, specific, I think, to the impact fee concerns. Elbert County Assessor's Office had no objections. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services had no concerns. Phillips 66 had no objections. Colorado Geological Survey had no objections. IREA had no comments. Elizabeth Fire Protection District had no objections. And this, I'm really questioning whether I've opened the correct presentation, because I know I edited this to include the Rattlesnake had commented and they had no objections.
You can say if you want to check the version, go ahead. We'll wait on you.
Yeah, that shows yesterday's date. Somehow I've missed those two corrections, but I know this has the latest corrections from our engineer in it, so I'll keep going.
Okay.
Because I think those were the main things I think I had changed. Bear with me here, I'll catch back up where I was. So this is a screenshot basically of a section of the staff report that talks about the changes in this amendment from the previous DGAs. I had compared all of them. So proposed in here, section 3.5 changed language to clarify phases of development and allow for developer to post sufficient financial security in the form of a bond or performance guarantee to ensure completeness of the phase as requested, or not requested, sorry, required by section 6.10 hereof. Section 6.2.2, deleted in its entirety, was County Road 1721. References, section 16.2.3, deleted in its entirety, references to County Road 186. Section 6.2.4 changed issuance of any residential building permit within Planning Area M to prior to the issuance of the 7th residential building permit within Planning Area M. Section 6.2.5, deleted in its entirety, was referencing County Road 17. Section 6.2.6 changed up to County Road 174 in conjunction with the issuance of any residential building permits for Planning Area M to north of County Road 174 prior to the issuance of the 7th residential building permit for Planning Area M. Section 6.2.7 changed County Road 182 to County Road 178 and changed in conjunction with the issuance of any residential building permits for Planning Area M to state in conjunction with prior to the issuance of the 7th residential building permit for Planning Area M. Also added all right-of-way, drainage, temporary and permanent easements necessary to construct and maintain County Road 178 have been acquired through deed or dedication to Elbert County. Section 6.2.8, deleted in its entirety, referenced County Road 182. Section 6.2.9 changed north of County Road 182 in conjunction with the issuance of any residential building permits for Planning Area M to state north of the northern boundary of Spring Valley Ranch Planning Area M, all the way up to and connecting to County Road 178 prior to the issuance of the 7th residential building permit for Planning Area M. Now I'm going to turn this over for a couple slides to our county engineer to discuss some of the roadway design.
You have to click the button there.
Sean O'Hearn, Inertia Consulting Group, consulting engineer to Elbert County. I'm going to set the stage for the roads that we're going to be talking about today. And I think just to remind everybody what the county design review and then the construction process is a good way to start. So County Road 13, County Road 174, and County Road 178, they have all been submitted for review by the applicant. County Road 174 is a rebuild, basically a gravel road transitioning to asphalt. County Road 13, from where the pavement ends all the way up to County Road 78 is a combination. It's a rebuild of the gravel surface that exists now up to 174, and then from 174 to 178, brand new road. Those designs have been reviewed and approved by County DPW and by engineering. County Road 178 has been reviewed and the review has been completed, but that road has not been that has not been approved. That's the process we're in right now. So just to give you an idea of what we've looked at, the design, the basis of design, our job is to enforce regulation, not to interpret, not to have our own ideas about how a road should be built or not. So the standard for that, and always has been, whether it's County Road 178, 174, roads that have been built in the past, like 194, 915, and County Road 29, is the Elbert County Construction Standard and Specifications. And the ingredients that go into that basis of design are a traffic impact analysis, a drainage study, a geotech analysis, construction plans, all prepared in accordance with the county standards and specifications. Typically, the roadway designs come in and they're reviewed and approved by County DPW and by Inertia, the county engineer. In the case of County Road 178, both Kimley Horn, we have Curtis Rowe from Kimley Horn here to answer any questions related to the horizontal layout of the roadway, lanes, things like that. And Douglas County also played a part. You want to click to the next slide, Christine? I think one thing I should mention is the Meadow Station stakeholders submitted some very substantive, very, very good comments. What DPW has decided to do is to make sure that all of those comments are vetted and that we work with Meadow Station to resolve issues, whether they have to do with the geometry of the roadway, horizontal, vertical, drainage on either the south side of the road or the north side of the road. We've started that process, and it's a good process that will continue. And the intent of the county is to come together, have both entities explain the thought process that went into either the review of the design or some of the substantive issues that have been brought up, and come up with a better result and a better roadway. That's the goal. Once that's all done, then County Road 13, 174, and 178 will go through the same process that the county goes through when it comes to building its own roadways. The applicant will submit an estimate of probable cost. I think that's already been done. A bond or a letter of credit will be issued in favor of the county for the total cost of the construction. Most importantly, for County Road 13 and 174, not so much for 178, a traffic control plan will be prepared and submitted both to the Sheriff's Department and to DPW. A pre-con meeting will be held where all of the stakeholders involved in the construction will go over the really important components of building the road safely, worker and general public health and safety, traffic control, the schedule of the project, weather constraints, roadway materials submittal, review and approval process, the geotechnical materials testing procedures, erosion sediment control, and then the potential for unseen circumstances. This is something that the county does religiously on every project that it's involved with. Then there's a county inspection process, which includes geotech as well, and then the requirements for warranty acceptance. Once all that happens, the material submittal will come into the county, they'll be reviewed and approved, and then the contractor will mob and start construction. Once the road's done, there'll be a 2-year warranty acceptance period, and then after that warranty acceptance period, it's up to the contractor and the applicant to apply for final acceptance. So that's how we go from where we are today to roads being either improved or built. And I think I'm going to stop talking and let the applicant after Christina finishes, they'll get into some of the substance with regard to the design upon which the design was approved. As important is the Meadow Station technical comments and concerns, and we're going to view those as though they were any other stakeholder. So that's all I have.
Thank you, John.
Okay, and my last slide I have here was the staff recommendations. Staff recommends, and I should have edited that, and the Planning Commission recommends to the BOCEC approval of DGA 200073, subject to conditions 1 through 3. The applicant will be required to remove the public hearing sign within 7 days of a decision by the Board of County Commissioners. 2, the recordation of all appropriate documentation to occur within 180 days of Board of County Commissioners approval. And 3 was added by Planning Commission with discussion, but the applicant shall work with county staff to explore snow fence mitigation measures and implement where appropriate. Thank you.
Any questions for staff at this time? The public comment portion will be after the applicant has presented. Sir, public comment will happen after the applicant has presented.
Jim Marshall, my mailing address is P.O. Box 4701, Greenwood Village, Colorado, 80155. I'm going to read through my prepared presentation today. We have our civil engineer here, we have our traffic engineer here, and we have our construction manager here today, so we'll be available to answer any questions as they come up with the Board of County Commissioners and anything that comes up in the public comment section. I heard clearly what you guys laid out in your comments. We will try to go back over time. I'm going to go back to 2001 when we kind of got our first approvals and started this whole process. So I'll read through my things and then I'll be available for any questions that you want to ask me. The purpose of this public hearing is to present and consider the reapproval of the Third Amendment to the Spring Valley Ranch Development Guide Agreement. The proposal amends specific sections and obligations contained in the Spring Valley Ranch Development Guide to conform with current market and project conditions. The amendment process does not involve the design or approval of any actual improvements. The process of amending contracts and agreements occurs routinely to accommodate changes in conditions and circumstances that didn't exist at the time the contract or agreement was originated. The circumstances surrounding Spring Valley Ranch and Spring Valley Vistas have changed dramatically since the approval of the Second Amendment to the Spring Valley Ranch Development Guide Agreement and PUD zoning approval of Spring Valley Vistas in August of 2006 and January of 2007, respectively. I'll be referencing Spring Valley Ranch, Spring Valley Vistas, and the Third Amendment to the Spring Valley Ranch Development Guide Agreement throughout my presentation, and for simplicity purposes, I'll refer to them as SVR, the Vistas, and DGA-3. The original DGA-3 application was heard and approved by the Elbert County Board of County Commissioners on February 14th, 2018. The July 2020 ruling by the Elbert County District Court required the DGA application to be renoticed and reheard. It was the opinion of the court that Elbert County's notice provisions that were in effect at the time DGA-3 was originally approved did not provide adequate public notice for the Planning Commission or Board of County Commissioners public hearings. The court did not object to the content of the approved amendment. Spring Valley Ranch is a 2,200-acre master plan golf course community zoned for 1,786 single-family residential lots. It's located north of Singing Hills Road, south of the proposed CR 178 alignment, and runs east-west of County Road 1721 to County Road 13 on its western boundary. Christina put the slide up there. It's a large master plan community. Large master plan communities such as SVR are developed in several phases and take many years to complete. As a result, the development of the off-site road network, water, and wastewater systems are developed in phases as impacts are warranted. Constructing infrastructure before it's needed is not only cost prohibitive, but it's unwise as improvements that are not used deteriorate much faster than infrastructure that is used. SVR was initially approved in 2001 with 678 single-family residential dwelling units. The development guide was amended in 2004, 2006, and as previously mentioned in 2018. The number of residential lots were increased to 1,186 in 2004 and 1,786 lots in 2006. DGA 3 does not amend the approved density for Spring Valley Ranch. The Phase 1 construction for SVR began in late 2004. New home sales began in 2006. No new lots were developed from 2008 to 2016 due to the severe economic collapse that began in late 2007. The intersection upgrades to County Road 1721 and Singing Hills Road, and the initial 2 miles of County Road 1721 north from Singing Hills Road to County Road 174 that were required in the original SVR DGA were constructed with the Phase 1 improvements. The Spring Valley Ranch Metropolitan District Number 1 provides central water and central sewer service for the Spring Valley Golf Course and all the residential and commercial lots within the community. SVR draws its water from the Lower Dawson, Denver, Arapahoe, and Laramie Fox Hill aquifers. SVR is precluded from using any water in the Upper Dawson aquifer. The Upper Dawson Formation is used primarily by residential homes in Delbert County of 2.5 acres or greater. All SVR water was quantified and adjudicated in Division I Water Court and meets the county's 300-year aquifer life requirement. All SVR wells are between 1,500 and 2,000 feet deep, and the cost per well is approximately $1 million. SVR currently has 6 wells. The district began working on the implementation of SVR's water reuse system in 2018. The 247-lot Filing 6 final plat that was submitted approximately 18 months ago is designed with the purple pipe required to deliver reuse water for outdoor irrigation purposes. SVR plans to deliver reuse water to the Spring Valley Golf Course and to future residential neighborhoods. The commitment to provide a reuse water system was made with the 2004 DGA amendment. The reuse system will be operational in 2022. The community is only now generating enough reuse water to make a reuse water system economically efficient. SVR Filing 1 was constructed over 15 years ago. Most of SVR's roads are in good condition considering their age. Over the past several months, we've been working to catalog all areas that need maintenance or repair. Although some road maintenance work was completed in the summer of 2018, we are implementing the initial phase of an extensive road maintenance program this calendar year. We will address the areas that are in obvious need of attention first. Several local roads have been constructed in the past 3 to 5 years or in very good condition. Can you go to the next slide, Christina? Thanks. Spring Valley Vistas was approved in January of 2007. The PUD was approved for 3,000 residential units, multiple school sites, a commercial retail business park, a fire station, a rec center, and several developed park sites. The Vistas Traffic Impact Assessment dated August 30th, 2006, and updated on February 26, 2007, projected that the Vistas project would generate over 32,000 new traffic trips per day at build-out. The development of the Vistas project was abandoned due to the severe economic downturn that began in late 2007. The approvals for Spring Valley Vistas lapsed, and the land parcels that comprise the Vistas project were acquired by unrelated third-party owners. It's expected that the build-out on the former Vistas land will be predominantly 35-acre lots. The Second Amendment to the SVR DGA and the PUD application for Spring Valley Vistas were both submitted in 2005 and were processed concurrently by Elbert County. The population of northwestern Elbert County has doubled over the past 3 decades, and not one new road has been constructed. Elbert County does not build new roads, developers do. Let's go to the next slide. The SVR updated traffic impact analysis dated April 27th, 2020, studied current 2025 and 2040 traffic conditions and recommends that the developer fund or construct a paved 2-lane roadway along the CR 178 alignment between Delbert Road and the CR 13 alignment. Along with that, 2.14 miles of CR 13 south of CR 178. The analysis also recommends acceleration, deceleration, turn lanes, and traffic control improvements at the intersection of CR 178 and Delbert Road. If you can see on the map there on my slide, the green highlighted area is the lime green. You can see the 3 miles of 178 from Delbert over to County Road 13, and there's the 2 miles of 13 from 178 south down to basically the north end of Deer Creek Ranch, and then the 2 miles of 174 from County Road 13 to County Road 21. All right-of-way and construction easements required for the construction of County Road 13, County Road 174, and County Road 178 have been acquired from private property owners, all of which support the construction of the new road alignment. There is no right-of-way for County Road 182. The recorded final plat for Delbert Hills dedicated to Elbert County the western half mile of the County Road 178 right-of-way east from Delbert Road to the west to the eastern boundary of Delbert Hills. Although the developer proposes to begin the construction of CR 13, 174, and 178 with the initial phase of Spring Valley Ranch Filing 5, the LSC traffic analysis states that the improvements are not needed until approximately the 285th certificate of occupancy in Filing 5. The Filing 5 plat is approved but not yet developed. The updated SVR traffic study was prepared by LSC Transportation Consultants and was reviewed by Elbert County's independent third-party consultant, Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn concurred with LSC's recommendations. Douglas County's traffic engineer also reviewed and concurred with the LSC study and the recommendations. County Roads 13, 174, and 178 are all public roads and will provide public access for thousands of residents in northwestern Elbert County. The County Road 13, 174, 178 public road alignment will create a much-needed directional east-west road connection in northwestern Elbert County. By directional, I mean you don't have to go south to go north or east to go west, as is the current case. The alignment will divert and disperse current and future traffic from the Spring Valley, Deer Creek, Vista Ridge area off of Singing Hills Road, Delbert Road, south of County Road 178, and CR 186, east of Delbert Road, and County Line Road. The new road alignment will reduce drive times from the Spring Valley area by approximately 5 to 10 minutes. Elbert County has no desire to build or maintain roads that are not needed, based on the conversations that we've had with staff. The offsite road obligations for SVR, as contained in the original DGA and subsequently amended in DGA 2, total of 15.5 miles of new paved roads and a $220,000 cash contribution to the 1.14 mile extension of County Road 13 north from Deer Creek Ranch to County Road 174. It should be noted that until July of 2020, the approved and recorded DGA 3 was a valid and binding document, and that all actions required for right-of-way acquisition, road design, drainage studies, traffic studies, construction plans, and all subsequent reviews and approvals were based on roadway amendments contained in the 2018 version of DGA 3. Although Elbert County District Court requested that DGA 3 be renoticed, it did not object to the content of the amendment. Next, slide 4, Christina, I want to go to. The following is a summary of the requested modifications contained in DGA 3. We're asking to delete section 5.22 as it's redundant with section 4. It involves the overall density of Spring Valley Ranch, and again, it's just a redundant section, so that's pretty straightforward. We're reasserting the commitment to our water conservation in section 6.6. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we are working on our gray water system, or reuse system at this point. We hope to have it operational early next year, and it will be implemented in the future filings at Spring Valley Ranch. One thing I'll point out on reuse water, when we first started the project, we had 0 homes and we had 0 reuse water. We didn't have any material reuse water until about 2017. It's obviously we've had some good growth over the last 2 or 3 years, and we're finally at the point where we've got enough reuse water to actually develop a system that makes sense. We don't have enough reuse water to irrigate all of our lots, but we can irrigate quite a few of them going forward, and we certainly can irrigate the golf course. The golf course will use somewhere in the neighborhood of about 50 to 70 million gallons of water a year, depending on the weather conditions.
The golf course is currently being watered from,
Right now, the water for the golf course right now, Chris, is coming from an Arapahoe well in a pond that we use. It's not treated water, so it's not domestic water that we would pump into homes, but it is still part of our aquifer water. The state of Colorado, when they do review our water allocation on a regular basis every time we approve a plat, they're aware of the water consumption that the golf course uses, what we anticipate out of existing homes. That's actually pretty easy to predict because we've got several years of records now, and what we project on the new stuff. So I have been meeting with the golf course ownership. I'm not the owner of the golf course anymore, and they're very open to using the reuse water for their irrigation. It should save them some money as well. The other thing we're doing here in this DGA3 is we're memorializing the obligation to fund the Elbert County Growth Impact Fee of $24.53 a lot and the Economic Development Fee of $350 per lot for all remaining residential building permits within the Spring Valley Ranch community. I would point out that we have been making those payments on every permit that's been pulled since DGA3 was originally approved in February of 2018. I'd also point out that unlike another project that was approved not that long ago, we are paying impact fees in addition to building quite a few miles of road. The next thing is we want to modify the phasing language to clarify conditions for simultaneous development phases. We have 10 development parcels, A through, I think it's 10 or 11 now, A through M, and it's not unusual to have one or two or maybe even three parcels being developed concurrently. And what we're doing is we're saying as long as the plats have been approved, recorded, and we have an approved and recorded subdivision improvement agreement, and we've posted all the surety necessary to ensure the construction of those improvements, that we can develop multiple phases at one time. And that's important in a large master plan community like Spring Valley. We have 4 or 5 different product segments. We start with entry level, we go to first time move up, we've got a second time move up product. We're talking to builders right now about coming in with more of a luxury production product, which would actually probably get into the anywhere from $600,000 to $800,000, $900,000 range. And then the last is we're redefining the offsite road obligations that Christina alluded to earlier. I'll just kind of go through those again. We originally committed to build a total of 16.5 miles. And if you can go to slide 5, Christine. This slide is a little busy. Just kind of explain it to you. The lime green is still basically roads that were required through the original DGA or DGA2. So you'll notice the 186 up there on the north, that last mile of 186 from County Road 17 over to County Road 21, 3 miles of County Road 21, which was the entire eastern frontage, basically, of Spring Valley Vistas. The 2 miles of County Road 174, which we're still maintaining. And there was 2 miles of County Road 21, which we did build from Singing Hills up to County Road 178. That was done as part of Phase 1. And then there's a couple of red sections there. Those were financial obligations only. We had a $220,000 obligation to fund the southern portion of County Road 13. It's actually 1.14 miles of pavement that has to be done there. And we had a contribution of 30% of the cost to develop the 2 miles of County Road 17 running north from County Road 186 up to County Line Road.
that was your contribution to
Yeah,
the
that was
county for that
it was our
project?
contribution, and it was never in a DGA. It was never included in a DGA. It was a resolution that goes back to 2001. So basically what we're doing with section 6.2 is, this thing's not where I want it. We're asking to remove or delete 10.5 miles of off-site roads that were needed to serve the combined traffic impacts generated by the 4,786 residential units and ancillary uses for SVR in Spring Valley Vistas. We're adding 3 miles of new off-site road obligations, which is County Road 178. And we're amending the language to take over 100% of the obligation to pave the southern mile of County Road 13, south of 174, down to Deer Creek Ranch. This obligation is currently the responsibility of Elbert County to pay everything except the $220,000 that we were to contribute. The cost estimate, actually I'll get into that here in a minute. The 4.14 miles of new obligations in conjunction with the 2 miles constructed with Phase 1 of County Road 1721 and the 1 mile of County Road 13 and the 2 miles of County Road 174 that remain unchanged from the original DGA are necessary to serve the build-out and traffic impacts generated by Spring Valley Ranch. Spring Valley Ranch will construct a total of 9.14 miles of county roads with no use of any Elbert County tax dollars. DGA 3 results in 9.14 miles of off-site road construction for Spring Valley Ranch only, which is approved for 1,786 residential units. Considering the removal of the 3,000-unit Spring Valley Vistas project, SVR is constructing 58% of the 2006 road obligations to serve only 37% of the residential impacts that were approved between Spring Valley Ranch and Spring Valley Vistas. We've kind of gone through the roads that are going to be deleted, so I won't repeat that. And as I said, the 3 miles to be added are County Road 178 and east from County Road 13 to Delbert Road, and then the obligation to take over the 1.14 miles of County Road 13. We do have our bid on completing that southern mile of County Road 13 is $1,450,000 roughly. The county would be responsible for $1,230,000 of that, the way the agreements sit today. And again, the county contribution would be funded through Elbert County tax dollars. As documented on page 20, I think I want you to go to the final slide, Christina. There's one or two more here. Just the one at the very end, yeah, that's it. What I've put up on the screen is the title page. There's some skepticism that Spring Valley Vistas was ever approved and that there was ever a traffic study completed. The study was originally prepared in 2005. It was the submittal in August 30, 2006 was updated on February 26, 2007. But I've highlighted the section in there that talks specifically about Spring Valley Vistas and County Road 182. It's basically the traffic impact assessment for Spring Valley Vistas was prepared on August 30th, 2006, updated in February of 2007. Required 2-mile extension of County Road 13 from north end of from County Road 174 to what would have been County Road 182, and 5 miles of 182 from County Road 21 all the way across to Delbert Road. This was the logical alignment at the time. It kind of went through the north end of Spring Valley Vistas. It made the connection from the Vistas all the way from County Road 21 over to Delbert Road. And as I've stated, the Vistas project didn't move forward, and it was approved for 3,000 lots. With the elimination of Spring Valley Vistas, 6 miles of these off-site roads are no longer warranted. The obligation to improve County Road 182 and County Road 13 as described above were included in the 2006 Second Amendment to the Spring Valley Ranch Development Guide Amendment. Since both Spring Valley Ranch and Spring Valley projects were being processed concurrently and owned by the same legal entity and were developed by the same entity, the obligations for 182 and County Road 13 were included in the Spring Valley Ranch DGA. The proposed deletion of the 4 miles of non-directional access that includes 3 miles of County Road 21 North from County Road 174. Christina, if we could go back to that slide where we had the roads. Yeah, that's it. So you can kind of reference what I'm talking about here for people that aren't real familiar with the roads out there. The proposed deletion of the 4-mile non-directional access, which was 3 miles of 21 north from 174 to 186, which is the lime green on the eastern edge of Spring Valley Vistas, and the 1 mile of County Road 186 west from County Road 21 to County Road 17, which is the north end of Spring Valley Vistas, is being exchanged for the 4 miles of 4-mile County Road 174-13 and 178 alignment. Creates a considerably more efficient and directional road alignment and diverts traffic from existing paved portions of County Road 186 that currently provides primary access to Elkhorn Ranch, Amanda Pines, Smoky Hill Ranches, Cottonwood Hills, and Mountain View Estates. In addition, the CR 174-13-178 alignment replaces the 5 miles of the County Road 182 and the northern 1 mile of County Road 13. As previously stated, the need to construct the deleted off-site road obligations related to County Roads 13, 17, 1721, 182, and 186 are no longer warranted. There's approximately 10 sections of undeveloped ranch land that abut these existing dirt or undeveloped future roads. There's currently no need for Elbert County tax dollars to build any of these roads, and it has been the case for roughly the past 30 years, and stated repeatedly to me by Elbert County officials, the county doesn't build new roads, future development does, if and when it occurs. Elbert County will continue to spend its available tax dollars to maintain existing road infrastructure. The estimated construction cost based on actual bids for the 174-13 and 178 alignment is approximately $11.5 million. No Elbert County tax dollars will be used to fund any of these improvements. What I'd like to do, that's kind of my overview. I tried to hit as much of the history as I could and do it as chronologically as correct as I could. I'm going to have Chris McGranahan, my traffic engineer, come up first and talk about the traffic study, the design that went into the traffic study, how we got to County Road 178, and how we determined the location of the intersection.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks, everyone, for letting me speak today. My name is Chris McGranahan. I'm a professional traffic operations engineer with LSC Transportation Consultants. We've been working with Jim out here for several years now. When we first got involved with the project, Jim kind of gave me the rundown that we just heard about Spring Valley Ranch or Spring Valley Vistas no longer being a project, and that we're going to reevaluate the traffic out here. So the first thing we did was, we talked briefly with the county about, scope of study. And so our traffic study is quite large. It covers Singing Hills from CR 1721 west all the way to Hilltop Road, which is in Douglas County. And it includes all the major intersections on Delbert Road from Singing Hills to County Line Road. So that most of what you see there on the map. It obviously includes the intersections around Spring Valley Ranch. And so what that traffic study includes is it started with traffic counts. So we wanted to document what the existing traffic was in the area, like many, many intersections and on several roadway lengths. We then looked at if these roadways that we're proposing were constructed, what effect would that have on the existing traffic? Because we think that will divert some trips. There'll be a shift of traffic when that happens, regardless of what Spring Valley Ranch does. So our traffic study provides an estimate of how that existing traffic would be reassigned. We also looked at the Spring Valley Ranch traffic that had been approved at the time but not built. We looked at the Spring Valley Ranch for filing M, which was the subject of the latest traffic study. And then we had a figure that showed the filings beyond M that haven't been approved yet, or at least not for construction. So we had 3 different components of Spring Valley Ranch traffic. We had the existing traffic reassigned to assume this connection was replaced. And we did a 2025 and a 2040 estimate of what Independence, the large project to the south, might generate based on their traffic study. So we combined all of those things together to put together our the 2025 and the 2040 total traffic volumes. And that traffic study recommended multiple turn lanes at some of the access points directly into the project. It also looked at turn lanes at Delbert and County Road 178. If you're looking at this map, it's a really good exhibit to demonstrate that there isn't going to be very many folks go west on 178 and take a left to go south on Delbert Road. Most of the traffic on 178 will be going north on 13 to get to 178. So if you're going to go north, but you want to go south on Delbert, we feel you'll go south on County Road 13 after it's improved and all of it's a paved road all the way down to Singing Hills. And so with what we know is going to happen, which is Spring Valley Ranch and everything that's out here now, that intersection of County Road 178 and Delbert Road, we're showing a relatively long southbound left turn lane on Delbert Road to turn left onto 178. It's got a deceleration and a stacking component. And then westbound on CR 178, we've got a right turn lane for what will be relatively heavy volume. The left turn volume will be quite low for the foreseeable future, but the right turn volume will be quite high. So you have a right turn lane for that. We looked at, other improvements like a northbound right turn lane on Delbert Road to go east on 178, and that volume is extremely low. If for some reason someone were to develop something other than 35-acre parcels on either side of this 178 alignment, that may be the project that puts in the right turn lane. If we have a project, along 1721 north to 174, they may be the ones that would build an acceleration lane to go turn right on Delbert Road. Right now, we're not recommending one because the posted speed is 40 miles per hour, and the level of service analysis suggests that right turn movement works at a level of service D or better through 2040. So what we put in our traffic study was recommendations for turn lanes to make the 178 and the Delbert Road intersection function properly, knowing that, if anything else that no one knows about today comes online, if it's not relatively large parcels, they would need to document their own impact and see if any of this needs to be improved further. So that traffic study went through a few iterations based on review comments from the county's staff, Curtis Rowe at Kimberly Horn, who works for the county as a reviewer on traffic, and we had some meetings with Douglas County and get comments from them as well. And the reason why we involved Douglas County is they have a lot of control of Delbert Road. It's the county line, basically, county line road between Elbert County and Douglas County. So that traffic study was used as the basis for the design of the roadway, which was talked about a little bit recently. I'm going to turn it back over to Jim now, and I'll be here to answer more questions later.
Just to clarify for people that don't know, the maintenance responsibilities for Delbert County are shared between Douglas and Elbert County. That's the reason why Douglas County has a dog in this fight, and they're reviewing things. Okay, I got to find my place here. Everything got in a little out of order here for me. Okay. I want to, Christina, can we go to I think it's the next slide or the one after it. I want to go through the benefits to Elbert County. There's several benefits to Elbert County relative to what we're proposing in DGA 3. The first is the elimination of the 1.14 miles of County Road 13 construction, which we estimate the county's portion of that is $1,230,000. That's based on the bid that we have from the contractor, minus the $220,000 that we would contribute to that. The increased growth and economic development fee, currently our original obligation was to pay $650 per lot. If you take the delta between the 650 and the 2453, it comes close to $1.9 million. Also, permit and use taxes on roughly 1,300 homes that are left to build at Spring Valley Ranch totals about $3,900. Those dollars are paid at the time of building permit, every time a builder pulls a building permit. If you add those up, you come up to $7,030,000 as a ballpark number. Also did a calculation based on an average home sale price of $450,000. Looks like we missed a zero there. The county's certified mill levy is approximately 28 mills on 1,786 homes. That works out to be about $1.6 million per year to the county in perpetual property tax revenue that they'd get each year. I think with that, I'm open to just answering any questions you have and moving on to the public comment part. Just to follow up on a couple of things that Sean O'Hearn mentioned, we have gone through an extensive review process. We obviously followed all the county's procedures. We've designed everything according to county standards. The County Road 13 and 174 plans have been approved, and the Public Works Director has actually signed those plans. County Road 178, those plans are not signed. The plans as they were submitted did go through the approval process and were approved. There has been discussion over the last few weeks with certain neighbors, and we've agreed to sit down and take a look at a few aspects relative to some of the comments that they brought up. And so we're just going through that process right now, and Sean is coordinating with 2 or 3 of the individuals on the neighbor side. We're, I guess, at this point, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And if you want to just go to the public comment, we'll obviously have we'll have a rebuttal to the public comment section.
I think I'd like to wait until we have the public comment.
The other thing I'm going to do, I'm going to ask my civil engineer is here. I'm going to have him come up after the public comments, because I know there'll be some stuff brought up that he's going to have to respond to, and I'd prefer to have him come up and just respond to everything. And as we said earlier, we'll all be available to answer any questions that you guys have.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to public comment. We're going to take about a 5-minute recess. I know there was a sign-up sheet in the back if there were folks that had wanted to comment that didn't sign up, but Amanda has that now. If you could go visit with her briefly, and then we'll see how many folks actually want to speak, but likely I'll call off about 5 people at a time, just so we can kind of have a queue to move through this efficiently, and then get response from the applicant and county staff on comments we've heard. So yeah, we'll reconvene at 10 minutes after 2.
Does anybody else want to sign up for a public comment? Going once, going twice? Okay.
All righty. If you could, we'll come back into session in a moment or two here, so if folks could find their seats. Yeah, he left. Alrighty. As I had said earlier, there was one person that did want to be called. That'll be the first comment we take. Amanda had gone through those that had signed up to make public comment and balanced it against those that have provided previous email comments. So we'll take those that we haven't received any input from first, and then we'll roll through the rest of the list. Everybody will get their opportunity to speak, but I think letting those that haven't had an opportunity to address concerns to us is the best use of the time. Amanda, if you could, I was dragging a little. I just want to make sure the individual we were calling had an opportunity to know the call was coming. So.
This is Susan. Thanks for calling.
Hello, Susan. Can you hear me?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You are our first caller. This is the first time we've used this system. So if you could, have you been able to follow the proceedings so far online?
I had not. So
Okay.
my understanding was that I just had a moment to make a public comment.
That is fine. I wasn't sure if you were following the presentations that preceded you. So you're our first public comment, and if you could, for the record, provide just your name and your address, and then you have 3 minutes for your comment.
So I'm Susan De Silva on Pearson Ranch Loop, 42493 Pearson Ranch Loop. We lived out here for 19 years, and my perspective I'm bringing to this is I've been in some bad car accidents where roads have been deemed within the normal boundaries in the past. And I'm confused as to why this intersection is being put in this way when in downtown Elizabeth, you guys just changed the traffic pattern to make it flow seamlessly from the intersection around Safeway. And I see some real problems with coming over the hills and now having, traffic come in from a whole new road when 182 makes more logic sense. We're already used to looking for traffic from that area. And I moved out here to enjoy my life with my horses. I travel out, haul my horses out twice a week. And it just takes, I understand there's turn lanes, and I understand there's been a lot of thought that's put into this. But I just see one horse trailer changing the numbers. I see one trash truck. I see one construction truck. And having been terribly rear-ended on the highway, having been rear-ended on the roundabout in Parker, I have lived so many months of my life going to physical therapy from these accidents that were accidents. But this seems preventable to me. And I know we need new roads. No one is arguing in that this isn't not in my backyard and I don't want it. I just can't believe that this is being discussed of putting that road there when we've already got a logical traffic pattern happening on 182. And it really stresses me out to think of that being put there. And it seems like this is a done deal and everyone's mind's made up. And I appreciate the opportunity to publicly comment. I've done some research. I talked to Douglas County, and the person I spoke to in Douglas County said, yeah, I mean, push for 182. That's been in the plan. And now there's a whole new road being discussed to bring in a place that doesn't make sense. We've already used to serious 50-mile-an-hour traffic. So I thank you for helping put this development together in our growing populations. I so get it. We need new roads. But please consider not everyone's in a car. Some people are pulling horses and trailers, and there's no such thing as a fender bender when a horse is an inch on the other side of that door. That horse will have to be euthanized. And I've already been in those accidents. So I see it coming. I see it as a problem. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for calling and allowing me to make this public comment. It's not if, it's when traffic's going to back up. It's not if, it's when someone's going to come flying over and plow into someone who can't stop in time. I'm the living, walking example of how this has happened. And I'm sad to see that this is something being discussed.
Okay. Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the input. We do. And, thanks for sharing those thoughts.
I'm having nightmares about it.
All righty, ma'am.
Just putting that out there. So thank you for hearing me. Thank you for the call. Please hear from your community. Please hear from who is going to have to live this, not someone's idea from far away. Like, this is going to be my reality.
Okay.
And I just really see a problem with this. Please consider putting in 182.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the call.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All righty. Wrong button. Okay, so the first several people that we have on the list that had not provided comment prior were, looks like Jerry Barkey, Chuck Summers, Jordan Long, and Dusty Madison. Are any of those? Oh, okay, thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, if there's a button on the mic, if you could again.
You have to
give
hold
your-
it? There you go, green.
Yeah, just
I got
name
it.
and address,
Yeah.
and then 3 minutes.
Jerry Barber, Spring Valley Ranch. What I just wanted to say, I was waiting for some other people actually, I was thinking were going to be speaking in front of me. I agree with the caller that just came in from before, and I guess I have to yield to the engineers regarding traffic. No pun, but I'm not understanding so much about the left versus the right and how that really affects something to the extent of we can now just have a developer come out of an obligation or an earlier promise, at least, that I had received in moving in Spring Valley Ranch to have these roads built, and we waited for a long time. And then the other thing that really kind of strikes me is, honestly, your silence, no questions. It just seems, as she said, a done deal.
Thank you, sir. And if it, maybe to help clarify, we had a brief discussion up here when I asked for questions, just pretty much decided we wanted to hear everybody's public comment, then we'll ask folks back up and address the issues that were brought up and questions that may be generated. It wasn't to sit in complete silence, so, sir.
Hi there. My name is Dusty Madison. I live in the Thunderhill neighborhood. The first lady that spoke, I'm sorry to hear that you got in an accident. I mean, nobody likes that, especially a terrible one that's going to give you bad dreams. Unfortunately, probably the most dangerous thing that most of us are going to do on any given day is get into our car and drive down the road. That doesn't necessarily mean that we need to stop development of roads. What it does mean is that we need to listen and take into account the engineers who actually build roads for a living. So my request is let's take the information that we have from the engineers who build roads for a living, run that through our county's engineers, and let's make the best decision from there. Sounds like that has already been done. So my request is that you please do approve, again, DGA 3. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Zinmeister, or I'm sorry if I'd called you earlier, please.
So Jordan Long, over off of Cold Creek Road, and 4 other surrounding properties that we have together strung along. The gentleman behind me spoke about, listening to the current engineers and how they have the turn lanes and all that. The piece I wanted to bring up was, the economic side of things. Be more benefit to the county to put in 178 comparatively to their road budgets versus what they can actually maintain yearly. It's no secret in here, this county is extremely large and low population, and the tax dollars at work are already strung out to the point, the budget is hard to stay within every year. So, economically, 1 less mile of road, comparatively to the other one, we are in favor of 178 and DGA 3, just from the economic standpoint and how the road will go in.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Jeff Zinmeister.
Hello, Jeff Zinsmeister. I live at 12007 South Meander Way in Parker. I have land on proposed County Road 13, so hoping to build a house out there. Been waiting a couple years. But I'm gonna reiterate the engineering piece. They do that for a living, and it is their reputation, it's their license, individually, business-wise. You have the people that are contracted with Elbert County, Douglas County as well. Their engineers, I assume, looked at this. I could be wrong there, but I'm making that assumption. I have the privilege of working for some engineers on a pretty regular basis, and they have no delight greater than finding something wrong with somebody else's proposal. And digging in and asking the questions. So if what was proposed was unsafe, one of the 2 county engineers would have brought it up, would have poked at it, poked holes, pulled on the string, and it happened. I guarantee they had discussion around it. If it was unsafe, it wouldn't be getting built. Are there going to be problems? Yes, there's problems on every road. But I can't imagine somebody's going to build a road that's going to create Mad Max every day on the highway or on that proposed roadway. So I would like DGA 3 to be reapproved as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One more call for Chuck Summers. Okay, if he's departed. Richard Morin. Get sir just your name and address.
Richard Moran.
Okay, thank you.
35675 Cheyenne Trail, Elizabeth. And as one who hauls horses and livestock routinely, I've driven all over this country, and I've seen a lot of engineering messes, quite honestly, and a lot of roadways. I've seen a lot of accidents that the testimony about indicates that there were some engineering flaws. I think you need to listen to the people who drive those roads every day, who enter and exit from Delbert and other ways. And to me, the safety is the priority. A lot of people have some knowledge that isn't necessarily of a practical nature as the people who are driving that, and their lives depend on it, as you heard from your caller. There are a lot of people who don't know what to do with horse trailers, and they'll get right up behind them or pull out in front of them. And one thing that I haven't heard about is weather conditions on those hills and those narrow roads, and the issues that can exacerbate when it comes to the practical nature of driving and people staying safe. And we've all seen crazy drivers every day we go out, stupid driver stunts. And so we need to be as safe as we can, and we can't build this, well, if everybody's really careful and so on and so forth. And I'm afraid there's people going to get hurt, and the county may be responsible for that. So, and then the giving up the dollars that were committed for 16 and a half miles of road compared to what's been offered as an amendment. You've heard that, you all know how tight things are in the county economically. For the county itself, and to give that money up and to put that burden back on taxpayers, I think is unconscionable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Looks like Brandon Matire, or
Brandon Matty at 34995 County Road 17. I just have a prepared statement. I am not a landowner that will have a direct impact by either road being near my property. I'm a family man who has concerns about infrastructure, county resources, and most importantly, the safety of my 3 future drivers. Elbert County Master Plan states under residential development, Elbert County supports residential development by encouraging a range of lot sizes and residential densities associated with available roads and infrastructure, and by encouraging the designation of open space and the preservation of areas of visual and historic natural consequences. A couple of the policies in there state, RD1, new residential developments should cover all costs of on and off-road site roads and utilities required to meet the associated demands of that development. And RD3 states, the county should consider incentives that encourage new residential development to provide a diverse range of housing options. So perhaps they have a paid traffic study that states that this shortcut and new plan is sufficient, but I certainly hope the additional roads were an incentive similar to the water reuse system to build a large master plan community in Elbert County. Here's an important part of the plan. Implementation strategies include the following types: regulations, technical plans, mapping, and leadership. This is where we need the Board of County Commissioners leadership to ensure the accountability for your constituents. I am not arguing against growth in Elbert County. In fact, my family just recently moved here thanks to your all approval of my father-in-law's 30 acres he owned for over 20 years so that we could buy the existing home on land and he could build his home down below. It was a long, grueling, expensive process for us to divide family land for an additional family home on lots that are over 10 acres. It seemed to be what Elbert County is for, families wanting to raise their kids in a rural setting. There were no breaks, there were no concessions. He went through every requirement and fee and obligation set by this board. Now here's the difference. This is a major master developed plan by a developer from outside of our county. His plan is not exactly rural, as it seems Elbert County is trying to keep, but here we are trying to provide concessions and breaks likely to support his profit and not in support of the taxpayers who actually live here. Concessions that the county is under no obligation to make. You are not obligated to approve this. In fact, I would argue the complete opposite. You are obligated to hold him accountable to his signed contract that provides the much needed infrastructure Elbert County needs.
Chairman, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. Ray Richardson was the last person I had on the list that hadn't previously emailed comment. Oh, 2 more, okay.
Ray Richardson, 5520 Annandale Trail in Spring Valley Ranch. My question, as I sit and listen today, and it's a little hard to hear everything, we've talked, this is the second meeting I've come to, and the discussion about the intersection at 13 and 178, and we never get any drawings. It'd be nice to see some detailed drawings. And as I understand what was said today is that the plans for 178 are not approved yet. So my question is, in timing, how can you approve the modification to DG3 today or tomorrow morning if you still don't have an approved plan for 178?
Okay, sir, thank you. Okay. So the next 3 people that we have that signed up, Lynn Estes, Ken Coburn, and Lori Selcia.
Lynn Estes, Spring Valley Ranch Road. I've lived in the county only 10 years, and I've been to many meetings where Mr. Marshall and the citizens were at loggerheads, which is kind of interesting in itself. I'm really nervous, but I do want to get my point across, so I wrote it down. Decisions to be made regarding DG 200073 are highly impactful to the taxpayers in Elbert County, and the results of the position on this petition will determine the quality of the transportation routes in and out of the northwest section of the county now and into the future. The families currently living in the northwest area of the county and the families who will buy homes in the future, as envisioned by the Elbert County Planning Commission's density proposals, will depend on the roads built now and into the future for their safety and efficiency. Quality and safe roadways planned realistically to funnel travel, support infrastructure, and allow for commercial development are what the citizens of the county are requesting. I propose Mr. Marshall write a check for 3/4 of the cost of the 16 miles of roads he is currently obligated to build, give that check to the county as a settlement of the current disputed issues, and be relieved of any future obligation or privilege to develop building sites or traffic studies or road building in Elbert County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Ken Coburn. I live at 42305 Kings Mill Circle, Spring Valley Ranch. First of all, I have to say I'm appalled that we're even having to have this meeting to address the absolute chance that we're going to allow Mr. Marshall to get out of his obligations yet again. I've lived in the neighborhood since I was 08. I'm very well aware of his broken promises to Phase 1, Phase 2 residents of Spring Valley that we have no recourse to gain acceptance as far as our club, our park that we're still waiting for, et cetera, et cetera. Again, nothing but promises I heard for the last 13 years out of Mr. Marshall. But I have some questions too. Mr. Marshall's nice enough to put up here the benefits to Elbert County for this amendment. What I don't see up here is, let's say we left it intact the current proposal and not approved, where do the numbers stack up for Elbert County then? As I'm looking at his proposal, the only thing I see, everything below the 1230 is still going to happen, even when you deny his proposal, correct? But we're going to gain 16 miles of road as a county. So are we really benefiting from the 1,230 there? Or is that just, again, the numbers up there to make it look like we're actually gaining something as a county? The next thing I have is for the gentleman who did the traffic study. Sir, can you tell me if putting in 178 is actually going to be safer than putting in,
Sir,
180?
We'll collect all the issues and questions.
Okay. Has a study been done for the 1721 connecting to County Road and 182 connecting to Dilbert? Which road is safer? Which proposal? I don't see that up here either. So you can't tell me that the 178 proposal is actually a safer proposition for Elbert County and its residents versus the 182 and then 17 punching in the county line. Again, this is all about trying to save Mr. Marshall, $6.5 million worth of road construction, if not more. Why are we going to take on that obligation as a county? And the last thing is, Mr. Marshall wants to keep talking about, well, two things. The water recycle, again, he wants to have that more generic in the proposal, but not actually his feet held to the fire. That'll never happen. If we let him out of that obligation, Spring Valley will absolutely never see any type of water recycling, which is going to hurt all of us and our descendants from here on in Elbert County. And then Mr. Marshall wants to keep bringing up the 2018. It's already been approved. This is just a formality, yada, yada, yada. Well, God bless the judge for actually putting a hold on that, because had we known as the citizens of Elbert County that this was trying to get pushed through in 2018, you'd have a room full just like you do today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Afternoon.
Lori Silkia, Meadow Station. One question I have for you is why you didn't move this to a nighttime meeting. You have over 200 letters about it. A lot of people are interested in this. They'd like to come. I was also going to talk about what he said. Two of the commissioners at the time promised us a safety study between 182 and 178. I've never seen that study. Did you ever do that study? And then the other question I have is, since you know about the safety of the roads, all the information you have, are you putting the county up for another lawsuit when that first accident happens, or maybe yourself personally? That's all I got.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, the next three people we have are Clark Hagan, Megan Taylor, and Mike Reinsma.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I really came up here today because I just have some concerns. I've been a resident of Elbert County for 18 years. I live on Thunder Hill Road. I know how that road's supposed to have been paved for a long time, but has not, but that has nothing to do with this. One thing that I have as concerns is I feel that we see how much our county is growing, especially in that area by Spring Valley Ranch. And obviously, Mr. Marshall saw that too, and I'm sorry that what has happened, how things have changed, but that still is not going to take away from the fact that our county is still going to grow there, and the roads need to be taken care of. I feel that what is going on right now is we're just saying, this is what we need to take care of this right now, and we're not looking into the future as what's going to become of Elbert County here in 5 or 10 years from now and how our population is growing. So I really want you to take in consideration as to thinking about our future here and not what's just going to get us by now. One thing I would like to say is I have supported our commissioners here. I voted for all of you guys here to be here, and I hope that you can take into consideration everybody's concern that lives in this county. Mr. Marshall, I know he's a businessman. He's looking out for his investors and obviously where he's having to spend money at, and what does that do for our county? So I would really like for you guys to really take in respect for what our citizens want and the future growth of Elbert County and what is needed there. I think that's the most important thing, not what is just to get us by right now, to say, oh, this is what we need just to take care of that situation. So that's what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Oh. Okay. That was, I'm not sure if you gave name and address at the beginning of that. That's fine. I have it here, but that was, for the record, that was Clark Hagan of 42407 Thunder Hill Road. Okay, so Meg.
Hi, and I'm Meg Taylor from 43217 London Drive. I'm voicing my deep concern today over the lack of accountability being provided to Mr. Marshall on his past promises if the board chooses to approve the Spring Valley Ranch DGA Amendment 3. From the information I have found, costs to Mr. Marshall are extinguished, saving him millions of dollars, and monies to be received by the county are drastically diminished. Also, I question how DGA 3 can even be considered until the determination of 178 safety is complete. The engineer who spoke earlier mentioned that the review of 178 safety is still underway based on comments received by the residents of Meadow Station, of which I am one. Based on Mr. Marshall's past history of not satisfying his obligation, how can you as the board put your faith in Mr. Marshall's word when to date he has not kept his promise regarding roads and water use issues for the residents of Spring Valley Ranch? I have concern the applicant will shortcut safety issues, leaving your constituents, to whom you serve, to bear the brunt of the problems. Therefore, I ask that you vote no on DGA 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Reinsma, and I apologize if I mispronounced that.
Oh, you got it right.
Oh, okay.
So Mike Reinsma, 42505 London Way, Parker. And I'll tell you, I was honestly up here, I had a nice little speech written out about I want you guys to act like a business and explain to me the positives, negatives of everything. And Mr. Marshall, I think he did, I mean, I'd never heard this about the Vista project going away. So that was news to me, and so I appreciate that. I do agree with the other person who was up here about the 1.9 to 3.9, the taxes, all that should happen eventually. But again, my thought here is, and I'm about 178 to 182. I'd like to see the study that talks about, is it better to have people make 178 to Delbert up to then East Parker Road, or is it better to have a big stoplight, as I understand was supposed to be there? And I'm not sure who does all that, but to say, is it better enough not to have everybody come up to 182 and then you have the one stoplight? So you're only making one turn. So when you are pulling that horse trailer or whatever, you're making one turn and you do have a controlled intersection. So again, I'd like to see that type of study. Again, I'm not sure that's a 178 study, a 182 study, but it's about that whole intersection and how that's going to be managed. That's what I'd like to see. And again, I think irregardless of the cost, I think there are some cost savings up there at Elbert County, and you could use that as I look at the red line coming north-south on 182. Maybe Elbert County pays for that if Mr. Marshall then pays for the 182 over to the west. I don't know, but I think that should be irregardless. Let's do the safety study first. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alrighty, we have Gene Haberkorn, and Scott Marks, and Kurt Schlegel.
Hello, my name is Jean Haberkorn. I live on Elizabeth Drive in Elbert County. I'm requesting that the BOCC reject this new amendment. I believe that the current DGA is most beneficial to the county and the citizens. This new agreement eliminates numerous roads which are needed in this county. This new agreement substitutes Road 178, which would dump thousands, like 12,000 cars onto Delbert Road. Because this new road replaces the north-south and another east-west road, it will create a significant safety hazard at Delbert Road and East Parker Road. This road is supposed to provide a west outlet for thousands of cars which will travel on Delbert Road only to stop at the intersection of East Parker Road and Delbert because of the cars turning left. There's no turn lane there. Those cars will stop. Everybody northbound will stop behind them. thousands of cars every morning. And this will create a backup for the northbound traffic unable to proceed north, because this road, 178, is supposed to provide an east-west pathway for Spring Valley Ranch. Why not stick with the current plan, which will provide an alternate north-south pathway and a straight-through pathway at Road 182? The light at that intersection will allow for breaks in traffic and make it safer for people who need to turn onto Delbert Road, especially left-hand turns onto Delbert Road. This current agreement would also provide relief on 186 by allowing traffic an alternate route to travel west to Parker and north to County Line Road, alleviating some of the traffic on Delbert Road. Please reject this new DGR3 amendment and enforce the current contractual agreement, because it is the most beneficial for the county and the citizens and the safest. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Scott Marks.
Scott Marks, 371 Buckskin Court, Parker. We've been discussing 178 for about 2 years now. There's one question the county commissioners still have not answered. What is the advantage of 178 over 182? The first time I asked that question, it was addressed to Danny Wilcox. His only answer was 182 isn't fair to the developer. A few months later, I asked that same question to Grant Thayer at a gathering in Meadow Station. His only answer was, it's not fair to the developer. I then asked him, why aren't you concerned about what's fair to the residents who elected you? There was no answer. He just stared straight ahead and walked away. So that's still a question that's not been answered. On several questions, we have asked Mr. Grant Thayer to perform an objective side-by-side analysis of 182 versus 178. He would either completely ignore the question or say that a feasibility study would be done on 178, but would not even mention 182. A competent engineer will always perform an objective comparison and analysis of available data to make a logical choice on alternative courses of action. Why, as an engineer, did Mr. Thayer refuse to even discuss the option of 182? Is it because he knows that 182 is a logical choice but didn't want to acknowledge that in public? I addressed the same question to Mr. Chris Richardson. Has an objective comparison between 182 and 178 been completed? And if so, why has it not been released to the public? The Federal Highway Administration Intersection Safety Manual for rural roads states that a T intersection is less safe than a four-way intersection, and each additional intersection will cause increased traffic congestion. One of the 4 critical items you stated in your recent campaign was to ensure public safety. With these facts in mind, why would you vote for DGA 3 and 178, which would be more dangerous and cause more congestion on Delbert Road than 182? So there are several questions that still remain. Has an objective comparison of the intersections at 178 and 182 been performed? And if so, what are the results? Why is being unfair to the profit margins of a Canadian developer more important than being unfair to the Elbert County residents? Why would the county commissioners vote to create an unsafe intersection that would cause increased congestion on Delbert Road? And what incentives are being provided by a developer that has a track record of not fulfilling his contractual obligations to the county? I request that you answer these questions and vote against DGA 3.
Thank you, sir.
Kurt Schlegel, 2370 Antelope Ridge Trail. I've been a resident of the county since 2005. I am I'm a director on the Elkhorn Ranch Metropolitan District, and I'm a recovering commissioner. And I'm here to speak in favor of the amendment as it's presented. For years, the county has tried to plan ahead of time, build that infrastructure that's needed before it's too late. I applaud staff and I applaud the Planning Commission for being willing to reevaluate existing agreements based on today's needs and what's projected for the future. The original agreements were done years ago and they're out of date. I appreciate that. The county needs another east-west thoroughfare. Right now, all the traffic coming out of that section of the county has to go up to 186 or down to Singing Hills Road. This provides an alternate path for that traffic. And one of the other things that we've been working with in the county was to try to get the developers to pay for the needed infrastructure. that's predicated by that development instead of the rest of the taxpayers paying for that. And this agreement does that, or this amendment does that. And so I would ask you to support the amendment as presented.
Chris Hatton, Steve Dilla, Candace Head Dilla are the next three.
Chris Hatton, 1483 Carlson Road. I'm requesting that you reject DGA 3 and give us an opportunity to revisit it. One of the questions I have for you is how do you allow the subdivision of land behind the house without posting it and notifying anybody, which has occurred? You guys now own that land. If you look at the requirements of DGA 3, the math is simple. More houses, more roads, more houses. Gray water system, more houses. Okay, if you don't want to build the gray water system, you don't want to build the roads, give the houses back. It's pretty simple math. One of the concerns that we have, and we're working with the county on this, but I want to post these for the record. We believe that there's non-compliant traffic plans. It creates an intersection that doesn't meet acceptable levels of service initially. There's lack of shoulder on Delbert Road that shows in the drawings 4 feet. There's lack of an acceleration lane, lack of length in turning queue, and center median and sight distances are compromised to the south because of the cut and fill. The concerns that we have as engineers, and there's 6 or 7 of us engineers that have brought this up, that you're creating a legal issue where you guys are at risk, and we're very concerned about that because if the county's at risk, our monies obviously are at risk. We have looked at and compared 178 and 182. You have that in your packet. We did a multi-accounts analysis. It's a very robust, detailed analysis. But at the end of the day, and it shows 182 being favorable, at the end of the day, the elephant in the room has nothing to do with 178 and 182. The ideal location is County Road 180, and it's running down that section. And you're compromising hundreds of citizens of Elbert County that are fighting among each other when 3 landowners could step up, Jordan's, Everett, and Gabriel, and could step up to the plate and contribute to this and mitigate almost every issue from safety to engineering to environmental, everything. And it's an ideal alignment. And so with that, I would propose that you gentlemen look at condemning the land and putting a road through those 3 properties. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thanks. Steve Dilla? Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us citizens of Elbert County. I guess where I would start was one of the comments, one of the commissioners, Steve Della, 446 Meadow Station Circle, Parker, Colorado. Where I would start was, so one of the commissioners said to me one time, he said, everything's changing. Yeah, I agree with everything's changing. Just look at, about 2 years ago, Marshall was in front of us with his DGA 3 and it got approved. Got reversed with the lawsuit. And 2 years later, what we have is the real estate market is booming now. Things are going great. Marshall would have never forecasted that 2 years ago. So let me put a couple things in perspective. What he really wants to do is get out of about 7 miles of road at about $1.2 million per mile that he wants to get out of. That's $8.4 million. Let's put that in perspective a little more, drill it down a little further. There's about 10,000 families in this county right now. Take 8.4 million and divide it by 10,000 families, and you get $840, which each one of those families needs to give up, so we can give it to Mr. Marshall here. I guess there's another way of looking at this thing also. Mr. Marshall has about 1,300 more homes to build. I did the math on 400,000 to keep it simple. He says 450,000 up there for an average price. So if you got 1,300 houses to build, 400,000, that's $520 million. I believe there's probably about a 20% profit margin in this deal for Mr. Marshall and his houses. That's $104 million worth of profits coming. Do you think he can afford to build or pay back or negotiate the $8.4 million he's trying to get out of? I don't think so. Okay. I want to talk about a little bit more that everybody's talked about safety. Everybody said there's lots of engineers in the room that can develop things, but I haven't heard from any accountants yet. I haven't heard from any financial analysis of the contracts that Mr. Marshall is currently under. And until that analysis is done, how can this county give away $8.4 million along? You got impact fees, you got the roads, you got the water system. There's been no financial analysis done of the obligations that he's currently under right now. I propose that you employ a certified public accounting firm. You have all kinds of consultants for this county on the engineering side. I've seen none on the financial side
Chairman,
yet.
that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Candace Hedilla, 446 Meadow Station Circle. There are 3 parts to the proposal before you today: a water reuse system, impact fees, and roads. In terms of the water reuse system, I'll let those from Spring Valley Ranch community address that issue or not, as they are the ones who will bear the brunt of your decision today. Your zoning regulations do require you to protect them and future residents from what's clearly unfair in this current proposal. This proposal would be a multi-million-dollar loss to those residents, but I'm not in a position to quantify that precisely, so enough said there. In terms of impact fees, I'd like to thank the commissioners and compliment them on having the foresight to fund a new impact fee study to update the 20-year-old study the county's been using. Now you should have the courage to actually use that study you've adopted today. Conditions do change, so do impact fees. There's no reason to memorialize these fees. Impact fees should be assessed according to the county's schedule as each group of permits are requested. That's fair to the county, that's fair to the developer. In terms of roads, Elbert County has a contract with this developer worth $16.8 million. The developer wants to reduce that contract to $8.4 million. That's at least a $6.4 million loss for Elbert County taxpayers, which is at least $640 for every single household in Elbert County. Your fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of this county is very clear. That's the bottom line. So since we're not allowed to engage this process any further than our 3-minute silos, I'll sit down now and watch as you give us the song and dance that allows you to shirk that bottom line and place the interests of this developer over those of the people you were elected to serve.
Thank you, ma'am. Tom Rudman.
Yeah, Tom Rudman, 24 Meadow Station Road. So the proposal before you is not good for West Elbert County. It will delete 3 safe methods for the 1,786 families to travel to surrounding communities. These homes represent a 20% increase in the households in Elbert County. The homes, and these homes will also result in an attendant traffic increase. There's 18,000 vehicle trips a day that were originally estimated for Spring Valley Ranch. Those would relieve pressure on Singing Hills and Delbert. The developer's entire justification for this amendment is that the roads are no longer needed. He says the county no longer wants them. Yet the homes and the traffic that generated these are still there. They haven't been reduced. He asserts the roads are really for another 3,000 home development, Spring Valley Vista. Yet CR 21, 186, and 17 go back 20 years and predate Spring Valley Vista. These roads should have been built already. People should be using them today. The DGA states that all agreements are in the contract, and Spring Valley Vista or its homes are not included. There's nothing from the county that supports any of these assertions. If the county has a good documented reason for eliminating these roads, share it with us. We may accept it if it has a good rationale. We look to you as the representatives to look out for our interests. There's no traffic analysis showing CR 178 is safer or better in replacing those 3 roads. If there were, it would be in here. You've heard many people ask for it. It should have been done. People have promised to do it. But the opposite is true from what I can see in the data that is provided for DGA 3. The traffic analysis shows CR 178 will have more cars on day 1 than Delbert has now. The traffic will grow to 7,800 vehicles per day coming into this new T intersection. The DGA traffic analysis shows that this new T intersection is a level of service D to F. That's the worst case. That's what engineers look at. Those were failing grades when I was in school. They're 2 to 4 levels below what the Department of Transportation recommends for rural roads, and it's because they increase the probability of accidents. If we looked at these roads in the master plan, they would be yellow to red. CR 182, which was in the master plan, was green or level of service B because it's a signal-controlled intersection. That's why we feel 178 is an unsafe road. There are 181 people from all over West Elbert County that have sent in comments but could not be here today. That's 87% of the people the individuals that responded. 99% of those people want
Commissioner, that's
the
3
original
minutes.
roads. I'm sorry?
No, that was your 3 minutes, but if you had to wrap up.
Well, I was just going to say, you've heard from many people. Please look at these other roads as a trade. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Susan Redmond.
My name is Susan Redmond. I live at 24 Meadow Station Road. You have told me that I am only one person. Now you have over 185 individual emails in your packets that support my views. These citizens are from Meadow Station, Deer Creek Farms, Deer Creek Ranch Estates, Pearson Ranch Loop, Pearson Ranch Estates, Parker Highlands, Meadowbrook Ranches, Douglas County, and Spring Valley Ranch. What does it take to change the ambition of one man? DGA 3 impact fees. Fix the math error. This DGA 3 proposes to memorialize the impact fees on all 1,328 remaining lots. That leaves out 66 homes. DGA 3 also states the construction of 178 will create a critical east-west connection to relieve traffic on Singing Hill and Delbert Road. Why would you route the traffic back onto Delbert Road to relieve the traffic from Delbert Road? Also stated is, the appropriate road connections are critical for both existing and future Elbert County residents. I could not agree more. LSC traffic analysis. Elbert County has, this is a quote, Elbert County has decided 178 is a preferred east-west connection. So far, no one in Elbert County will come forward to own this statement. Page 6, number 5, Delbert Road, CR 178 alignment. All movements at this future stop sign controlled intersection are expected to operate at Los D. Why would you construct a brand new road that begins at a level of D service? Projected level of service. Delbert Road, Main Street. All movements at this stop sign controlled intersection are expected to operate at Los D. Delbert Road CR 178 alignment. All movements at this future stop sign controlled intersection are expected to operate at low speed 2F. The National Transportation Safety Board says that T intersections are the most dangerous rural intersections. This DGA3 is proposing 2 projected level of service D-T intersections 0.7 of a mile apart. CR 182, a 4-way intersection with a stoplight, is obviously a much safer choice. There is no comparison. This developer will be gone after the homes are built. We will still be living here with your decisions. Looking at Spring Valley Ranch now, one sees a community with substandard roads. Spring Valley Ranch has flooding issues due to drainage pipes being too small and poor land contours. Spring Valley Ranch has no obligated gray water system, and roads to the north that citizens should now be using have not even been started.
Chairman, that's 3 minutes.
I'll just say goodbye. Mr. Thayer, Mr. Pettit, and Mr. Richardson, what will your legacy be to Elbert County? Listen to your citizens, please.
Ready? Bruce Smith.
Good afternoon. I'm somewhat of an anomaly here in that I'm a resident of Douglas County. My name is Bruce Smith. I live at 11698 Sunset Drive. I live just on the west side of Delbert Road, approximately between East Parker Road and Singing Hills Road. I've been a resident of either Elbert County or Douglas County since 1999. Since June of 2017, I've been in touch with Rod Meredith and Doug DeBoard to try to get basic maintenance done to the portion of Delbert Road that runs south from East Parker Road to Singing Hills Road. The road is already woefully inadequate for the volume of traffic that uses it. In 2019, a portion of the road where a culvert runs under it collapsed along the road edge. It took 2 patches before it held. Approximately 2 years ago, the portion of Delbert Road that runs north from East Parker Road to County Road 194, which is the county line between Arapahoe, Douglas, and Elbert counties, was rotomilled and resurfaced with shoulders that permitted safe area for pedestrians and cyclists. This section from East Parker Road to Singing Hills remained full of potholes, cracked and deteriorating pavement edges, and virtually no shoulder for pedestrians or cyclists. Last year, a few of the worst areas of Delbert Road were patched once again. As a resident and taxpayer of Douglas County, in June of 2017, I contacted Douglas County Director of Public Works, Rod Meredith, and Doug DeBoard of Douglas County Road and Bridge to voice my concerns about the condition of Delbert Road fronting my property. They told me that due to an IGA with Elbert County, there was nothing they could do to fix the section from East Parker Road to Singing Hills Road. They also mentioned that Douglas County routinely assists other counties with matters like this and had made an offer to assist Elbert County, only to be told that even with assistance, Elbert County could not even afford to properly repair, let alone improve, Delbert Road. I was referred to Rory Hale, Director of Public Works for Elbert County, who not only confirmed what Meredith and DeBoard had told me, but went so far as to tell me he considered it to be dangerous and ill-advised to walk, cycle, or ride a horse along the right-of-way on Delbert Road, calling it unsafe. I've had email conversations with these gentlemen that I have proof of these conversations. The Elbert County Capital Improvement Plan shows no plan to do anything to Delbert Road through 2025. My question to you is this: if Elbert County is so poor that it can't afford to maintain its existing roads, and in spite of a 20% increase of traffic caused by the Spring Valley Ranch development, can't afford to upgrade County Road 1 to handle it, who is the brilliant mind that thought that allowing the developer off the hook for badly needed new roads was a good idea? It would seem the only beneficiary of this scheme is the developer. Thank you, gentlemen.
The last 2 on the list were Roger Long and Tom Maroney, I believe. Yep.
Good afternoon. I'm Roger Long, 10875 North Delbert Road. And I've lived there for 30 years. I've watched that road. It's gotten unbelievably dangerous. Matter of fact, the makeup of all the engineers here, I don't doubt they can design a good road. But somebody better start looking at that road as to what it really is. They've got 18-wheelers running down it now. They've got cattle trailers, horse trailers, and then you've got your regular passenger car. The makeup of that road changed from a dirt road when we moved out there to now it is a major thoroughfare. And those trucks are moving faster than the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. Now, the question I have is 178. Why would you ever put something there? It's at the bottom of the draw. You've got two hills, and those trucks come over that hill. They don't have a chance to stop. And we've had some horrendous accidents in front of our home because we live right between where that proposal is and where the East Parker Road is. And we've had fatalities there. There is no shoulder. So if a car tries to dodge somebody, he's off into someone's field, and it's an embankment. So I'm telling you, you can listen to your experts. You can do whatever you want, but I suggest highly, go out there and sit there in your car and watch that intersection that you're going to build. And if you really want to see something scary, do it at night because they are moving fast. There is no police on that road. And so everything is just whoever can do the fastest. And we also have another issue, which everyone here knows about. It's called deer. And you have a lot of deer that crosses that because I've hit 2 of them. And so what are you going to do about that? The big thing is, I didn't hear anything from was, what about some street lights? There's none. You know how pitch black it is, and especially in a draw, and you've got an 18-wheeler coming over the top of that hill. You have nowhere for you to go, and if you're pulling a horse trailer across that intersection, you're dead. And so is all the horses, cows, or whatever's in that 18-wheeler. It is that dangerous. And I'm just telling you, you can listen to all the reports, look at all the engineering studies, but reality is that is a bad place for an intersection. I would recommend East Parker Road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. The last, okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Maroney, P.O. Box 902, Elizabeth, Colorado. I've been involved in land development in Elbert County, as you all know, for over 35 years. And for 35 years, there's always been one number that any one of the, I've known 15 of the commissioners, 16, whatever. There's 3 ways out of this county right now. 3, if you're going west. That's it. And now everybody says, well, you know, it'd be better here, better there. We got to have a way to get out of the county. This drought, I mean, you can have a fire right now. You can take 86, Singing Hills, and 194, because those are the 3 major ways out, and you can cut them all off. Where are you going to go? We need other ways to get out here. This has been going on for way too long, okay, almost 3 years. And you're never going to win everybody's side, okay? But we need another way out of the county. And this is one that's going to get us there. And everybody's saying it's costing more money, or we're losing money. That's on a development that's gone. Spring Valley Vistas is gone. Those were based on, all those numbers and those roadway configurations were based on 3,000 more units, not on this. Excuse me. That's what I have to say. We need it. Thank you.
All right. That was all that we had that would signed up for public comment. If there's anybody else that didn't speak that would like to, we'll entertain that. Seeing none, it's, oh, okay, sorry, sir. Don, if you could give your name
My
and
name
address
is
for the
Don
record.
Draper, 28734 County Road 17, obviously on the south end of this whole fiasco. I make a practice of trying not to drive Delbert Road. And if we're looking in the long-term respect of what's going on, Delbert Road theoretically should be a 4-lane. Anybody that's driven it very much, and what I've heard here tonight, and I've driven it some, the traffic, if we're going to develop as a county, we need that as a 4-lane road. Now, that would have to be worked out with Douglas County, I understand. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else? Okay. Seeing none, it is about 3:20 right now. Next up, we'll bring back staff and applicant to respond to what's been stated here today and questions we may have. I want to give them time to organize their thoughts based on what they have heard. So we'll reconvene at, we'll call it 3:40, but before then, if there's any comments.
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple comments. Basically, this is to the applicant, there's 3 or 4 questions that seem to be repeated one after another, is 178 versus 182, the intersection of 178 and Delbert. And one of the things I'd like to announce today at our Board of County Commissioners meeting, we approved an IGA between Douglas County and Elbert County to repave Delbert Road this summer. I just thought I'd like to put that out there because I think it's an important thing. And that I'm sure the developer or the applicant will have to incorporate his activities, if he should be approved, into how that is accomplished.
Yeah, so with that, public comment is closed. When we do come back of the issues there, I certainly do want to hear from, I guess, the applicant's engineers and from Sean. A little discussion over road design versus the traffic studies and how those interplay. But with that, we're in recess until 3:40.
I'm not even sure I know what it's worth, right? I haven't. No, I'm down here.
All righty, we're going to go ahead and get started again in a couple of minutes, so if folks could drift back to their seats, that would appreciate it. It'll be a minute or two. The clerk to the board's got a little technical issue to work through.
Okay. Good.
All righty, the time is 3:45. We're coming out of recess. Public comment is complete. Between the three of us and the applicant and staff, I'm hoping we've captured all the questions or issues that need to be addressed. Like I said, I'll turn it over to the applicant. We may have some questions along the way to clarify. So.
I think what I'd like to do is just start by responding to a few of the things that that I wrote down that I thought were things I wanted to respond to first, and then obviously questions. And I do want my civil engineer to come up, and I also have one other representative for me that's going to talk about some of the legal issues. First of all, this isn't relevant to anything. Yeah, I was born in Canada. That seems to be a big issue with some people. I chose to live in the United States of America. I moved here 30 years ago, and I'm a naturalized citizen. And I do vote, and I'm a Republican. That's a sin. It's a sin to be a Republican these days outside of Albert County, it seems. A lot of things brought up, obviously. One thing I want to hit right off the top. There was one gentleman spoke about Delbert Road from East Parker Road down to Singing Hills. I would point out, and I've talked to both Douglas County and Albert County about this, that there is funding in place, and it is on the on both counties' agenda this year to do a mill and overlay from Singing Hills Road all the way up to East Parker Road. That mill and overlay, I understand, is funded. Albert County is participating in it. Douglas is putting in the majority of it. But for people that aren't familiar with the mill and overlay, that's when they come in and they basically resurface the top 3 or so inches. And that is going to be done in 2021. So that's, and they will be addressing the shoulders and everything that people are concerned about. That will be just like Douglas County did the first section of Singing Hills out towards Hess Road last year. They're going to do the same thing on that portion of Delbert Road this year. I think that'll help that situation quite a bit. We all know that's a bad road in its current condition.
Yeah, as Commissioner Thayer mentioned, that was an agreement we approved at this morning's meeting. So it's about $250,000 in from our county and well over 800, I believe, from Douglas County.
Yeah, I think the total was, I heard, was close to 900,000 or something, $1 million. And it is in your budget, and it is in Douglas County's budget. So a lot of things come up, obviously. I want to talk about the gray water briefly. First of all, our water system, our wastewater and our water system, those are not county projects. Those are our Metro District projects. They are governed by the state of Colorado Water Resource Department. We got an email recently from the state of Colorado indicating that they're very close to approving our gray water system. We do have the money in the bank. We are going to be doing it. I guess several people question my integrity. Several people question my my truthfulness and my ability to follow through. I've been developing for 30 years all across the metropolitan area, a lot in Douglas County. I always do my best to do what I say I'm going to do, but circumstances can and do change. And they've certainly changed out here in Elbert County, and they've definitely changed when Spring Valley Vistas went away. I lost 3,000 units. And okay, yeah, I'm saving some money because I don't have to build roads that were required for Spring Valley Vistas that aren't needed anymore. But yeah, I'm saving some money, but I also gave up a lot of profit on those lots. And people like to take a look at what they think I'm making. And one gentleman talked about the fact that if you figure the average home is $400,000 and I make 20%, or maybe I think he used my 450 number, and he came up with $100 and some million. I don't make a profit on the sale of the house. The home builders sell those homes. They make the profits. I sell lots at a considerably lower price than the cost of the house. The paper lot price is a fraction of the cost of a home. And yeah, I'm here to make money. If I'm not, I don't think you want me in Elbert County. And that's true of any jurisdiction I've ever developed in. I've developed close to 15,000 lots around the metropolitan area. So I know what I'm doing. I've got a good professional team. The other thing I want to address is the County Road 178. There was several suggestions that 182 might be safer than 178. I don't know how anybody can determine that. You know, we heard there's people have tried different things. There's a matrix out there, maybe. It's arbitrary. It's subjective. County Road 182 is not designed. County Road 178 is. County Road 178 plans were submitted to the county as required. They were reviewed by the county's professional engineers. The traffic study was reviewed by the county's traffic engineer. And also Douglas County's Public Works Department and Engineering Department and traffic engineer reviewed and everything. And our plans were concurred with. Basically, Douglas County approved our plans. As Sean mentioned earlier, County Road 13 and 178 are approved. Those plans are signed. The county, Elbert County's, and just to clarify what Sean did say, is our County Road 178 plans were recommended for approval. They're not technically approved yet because they haven't been signed yet by the county. So they are in the door. They have gone through the process. We stand by our design. It meets all the standards of Elbert County. We had to get our Clomer through FEMA, which has been approved. We also got our 404 permit from the Corps of Engineers, which is a federal agency. That's been approved. It's all in place. The surety's been posted. So I really don't think there's a whole lot more I want to address at this point. I know you guys will have some questions for me. I'd like to have Eric Tuen, who's my civil engineer, come up and talk about the design process, how we got to where we got to. I think Chris McGranahan did try to explain our traffic study. I can assure you that no road is starting off at a level of service D. That's not true. And when they do get to D and E and F, that's when you start looking at traffic signals and other traffic control mechanisms to get those levels of services back down in the ABC range. It's not like grading a paper in school. A D is not a failing grade. It just means that you're getting closer and closer to the point where you need to do something different. So I'm going to have Eric first, and then I'm going to have Bob Bruce come up and just talk about a couple of legal-related issues, and then we'll be all available to answer questions. One other point I'll throw out. The Delbert 178 intersection, everybody's concerned about the hills and the valleys. We are redeveloping a half a mile, a quarter mile on either side of that. We're lowering the hills, we're raising the valleys. The topography that you see there today is not the topography that's going to be there when we're done. And one other comment I do want to make is nobody that I know of designs a road not to be safe. That's just ludicrous.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Tuen with 2N Civil at 6 Inverness Court East, Suite 125, Inglewood, Colorado. I think the biggest question was just what Jim was just finishing up with there is the intersection of 178 and Delbert. Today, if you were to match a road up right there, everybody's correct, it's not safe. We are basically taking that intersection and taking out one of the roller coasters that exists in Delbert and making a place where you have adequate sight distance, adequate stopping areas, and where you can see cars coming, et cetera, et cetera. So the reason for those changes in the profile of Delbert Road is to create a safe intersection. I don't think there was really any other comments on safety, so. Yeah. If you have anything, just let me know.
If you got questions for Eric, maybe just ask them.
There's going to be a turn lane there too, going south, turning left.
Yes, on Delbert Road, heading southbound for the left turn into 178, there will be a left turn lane, correct?
But there's no turn lane going north, right? The right turn lane or
The right,
decel lane?
today, no, there is not a right turn. Today, no, there's not a right turn lane heading north. And that's just because of the speed on Delbert Road, and that movement is generally easy to make without a turn lane at those speeds, so that's the reason it's not there today.
During rush hour and stuff, are you anticipating any backups if people are turning into?
I would have to defer to Chris, because he does the numbers.
Right, yeah,
and
I
I
was
do
gonna
the
say, just
design.
for us and the public, I mean, I know you're the civil engineering firm during construction, and there's a traffic engineer.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
there's two
correct.
different disciplines here to discuss.
Chris McGranahan again, LSC Transportation Consultants. The level of service at that intersection, we looked at two scenarios, 2025 and 2040. In 2025, all the movements are level service B or better because we don't have 1,786 homes and there isn't Delbert growth for 15 additional years. So, as Jim said, nothing's going to start off at level service D at this intersection. We show level service B in our traffic study. In 2040, we show all the movements with stop sign control operating at level service D with the exception of one movement, and that's the westbound 178 to southbound Delbert, and it's about 10 or 15 cars an hour. Because, as we said before, unless someone that we don't know of develops along the 178 alignment west of 13, there isn't really a demand to make that left turn lane. It's quicker to go south on 13 and west on Singing Hills to get to that area. So Eric's correct. As you drive on 178 and are approaching Delbert, there'll be a separate left and a right turn lane, but the only turn lane on Delbert that we would be building is the southbound to eastbound left turn lane, and it's actually quite long. It's got vehicle storage plus deceleration. I know there's several hundred cars that are expected to make that movement, especially in the afternoon peak hour, but the northbound through traffic isn't as heavy in the afternoon peak hour, and so there are a lot of gaps. And so our analysis shows that even in 2040, that southbound left works pretty well. The average delay is like 8 or 10 seconds per vehicle, so no one's going to sit there and back up for miles. You may get 2 or 3 or 4 cars there occasionally, but the lane's hundreds of feet long. So in a typical situation at rush hour, you'd have sufficient distance to store vehicles and have deceleration. So a left turner doesn't have to slow down in the through lane and impede traffic. They can clear the through lane, slow down, and then wait for them to make their turn. So,
And the potential for the lower levels of service that's during those rush hour periods.
yeah, everything that we've been talking about is commuter peaks, morning peak hour and afternoon peak hour. Obviously, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it works much better. So that's, and as Eric said, whenever we walked out there initially saying, okay, we know we like this 178 alignment, but where are we going to daylight it on Delbert Road? And we started looking at the topography and we said, well, there really isn't anywhere to put it without rebuilding some of the road. And so the location you've seen in the plans that Eric prepared was, we felt was a win because it rebuilds roughly a quarter mile of Delbert Road to a current standard, which it'll be the best section of Delbert Road out there. And it also pulls that road away from the folks to the south, for that last little bit before you get to Delbert. So we felt that that was a good location. We don't, so I think if you have any more questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But the level of service D and F that were mentioned are, a couple decades from now.
And that's controlled only by stop sign? at
Yeah,
that
and
point?
in the traffic study, we
And
showed,
when you
okay,
get
what if,
Signalization?
yeah, we did show that with the traffic signal in 2040, everything works pretty well with the laneage, and we would assume that sometime in the 2040 or beyond range, maybe where you're looking at some of these additional turn lanes, maybe a traffic signal, a lot of it has to do with what's developed along the 178 corridor, so.
I had one question. The intersection got moved like 800 feet north. Was that done because that would make a better interchange with Delbert Road from where originally was planned?
Yeah, it was to try to move it away from Meadow Station as well as create a safe intersection at that location.
But it even goes further than that. We approved Delbert Hill minor residential subdivision several months ago, and it already has an intersection with Delbert Road at that location.
Correct.
And I'm looking at the plat right here. I have it in front of me. It also goes all the way down to the bottom where 178 would tie into that road.
That's correct.
Yeah. So my point is that the intersection there has already been approved. And what you're talking about, if I understand it correctly, is improving that intersection by peeling down the hill and building up a better sight lines for everyone.
Yep.
Now, I fully understand that Delbert Hills doesn't have the traffic count that you'll have then, but the location of that intersection is there.
You are correct.
And I would add that the Delbert Hills access point originally was on the north end of Delbert Hills in a location that in the field we determined was a pretty bad location for sight distance. And in exploring a new location for their access, came up with a solution to combine these two, so we only have one intersection. And so that, that Delbert Hills intersection moved south to this location for the same reason that we moved ours north, is we could combine them into one, so we only have one intersection, and it provides the best place the least amount of work to correct the sight distance on Delbert.
Now, will you be making what I call it a peel down of the hill, lowering the hill and improving the sight lines? Will you be able to get that accomplished prior to Douglas County repaving the whole road?
That would be our goal, yeah.
There was, and we may ask our own traffic folks too, but there was a couple of mentions about rural T intersections being more dangerous than four ways.
Well, generally speaking,
what defines a rural
Sure.
T
So,
intersection?
yeah, I would agree with that statement if we're talking about access, like local access, small access. For instance, I have a project in Summit County where my client wanted to have a T intersection that's 300 feet from another T intersection, and CDOT said, no, you have to line them up. We don't want intersections that are offset that are close together. This is, 3/4 of a mile from Parker and miles from the next biggest road, which is Singing Hills. So I would agree that if these were small driveways or local streets, we don't want offset Ts every 300 feet along a major road. But in this case, it's a major, it's a bigger road. It's a collector type road and arterial road. So I understand what the folks are saying and where they found that research, but we feel that this location is the best for this particular goal that we're trying to achieve.
Okay, and then the other had just the turn lane, or what's envisioned at Parker Road, since that'll be collecting traffic?
Yeah, so the Parker Road, the Main Street intersection with Delbert was included in our traffic study. And somebody here mentioned, a couple people actually have, that there's not a left turn lane northbound on Delbert at that location. In our traffic study, we identified that and said that that would be an off-site improvement that would needed to be done by someone at some point. But we felt that improving the Delbert and 78 intersection is already several miles away from our project. So, we said we felt like we were doing enough to mitigate our impacts. That left turn issue is a problem whether we get approved or not. Just like there's probably a intersection 5 miles to the west that we're going to add a few trips to that needs work, but we're not going to propose any improvements there either, so.
Just based on the traffic analysis, when did you foresee a need for that?
Well,
Or-
it technically, it would probably could be put in now, if, for that demand from Parker. The left turn volume there is, 100, 200 cars. It's busy movement. Just like the left turn up at County Line is the same way, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're coming south on Delbert to Singing Hills to go east. Any questions? Okay, now, thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Bruce. I'm counsel for the applicant, 1543 Champa, Denver, Colorado. Mr. Marshall's asked me to address just two issues. One of the comments from the public was, how did this subdivision happen to create the right-of-way, and why not do eminent domain? Well, I don't know that I need to tell you why not to do eminent domain, having negotiated with those landowners for this property, because that's a pretty expensive process for the county. This right-of-way was acquired by the applicant at no cost to the county after significant negotiation and discussion with those three landowners. And it's not subject to the subdivision requirements that you would normally have as a public process, because right-of-way is specifically statutorily exempt. And you can talk to your counsel about that, and I'm sure he's well aware, but that's a CRS 30-28-10110. And so we went through the process knowing that we didn't have to get a subdivision because this is right-of-way, and we went through the process to locate the roadway such that it minimized the impact to those private landowners so that they weren't asking for eminent domain types of money. And thus, we've come up with the roadway where it exists today. And I want to conclude with the final point, because it's something that many of the commentators had a question about, which is, why do an amendment? Why not hold the feet to the fire on this contract? Remember that in order for the county to have a valid contract for off-site improvements on a developer, the state constitution and the state land use planning statutes say there has to be a rational nexus for that off-site improvement that's being required. When Spring Valley Vistas was part of the project and those 3,000 lots were approved, there was that rational nexus. But as we know, not only is that project not going to happen, it's not even approved to be happen. So if in some future date somebody wants to come and do Spring Valley Vistas, they can come back and say there's a rational nexus for that road. But that rational nexus doesn't exist today. And that's why we have the amendment process that we're going through now, and a contractual amendment process that is beneficial to both sides, because the county is no longer subject to argument that there's no rational nexus for 182. And the developer's coming saying, I've got an alternative to help me get to those numbers that's real. And so we believe that because there's this amendment process, because we've demonstrated some very significant and drastic changes from the prior approvals, that it's appropriate for you to consider and approve the amendment that will allow for 178 here today. Thank you.
No.
Everybody, is talking about the additional roads that, we're supposedly not building, but you showed, and I sort of remember that resolution that said the developer was only responsible for 30%. How many miles of road was included in that?
That was, Rick, that was the 2 miles of County Road 17 that runs between 186 and County Line Road.
So it was 2 miles?
2 miles, and it's basically the eastern boundary of Elkhorn Ranch.
Okay, but I mean, if the county was to have to come up with that, we're talking 1.2 million.
Based on
money that we would
yeah.
have to come up with in order to do that. So
It's a dirt road today. It would be a little easier than, it would need some leveling out. I drive it a lot. For whatever reason, I like to go down that way to get to Spring Valley. But it's it will need, I would estimate today that it's probably at least $1.5 million a mile. And that would be $3 million. If we put in 30%, that would be $900,000, then you would put in $2.1 million.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I mean, there are additional savings to the county, because if the county
Right.
was to do that, that would probably take up a year budget of their money that has been budgeted now for roads, and not be able to do some other maintenance. But
Well, and I
but
think
people are talking fiscal impact, but that had not been brought up.
Right. Well, and it's not part of the DGA. It never has been a DGA requirement. It was a resolution that goes back to 2001. And technically, we're not asking to amend that today.
Well, no, I realize that, but people are saying, well,
Yeah.
we're giving up this amount of money, but we're not necessarily giving up what they're saying.
Well, yeah, good point, Rick. I mean, they're saying you're giving up $6.5 million worth of road improvements, or $7 million, or whatever. Depends on who you talk to. Some people think it's $8. You're not giving up anything. We are building the roads. We're still building 9.14 miles. I have never built 9.14 miles in any jurisdiction on any project, including Canterbury Crossing, which was 2,800 lots. I don't think I did more than 1.5 miles of offsite improvements on that deal. This is above and beyond, way above and beyond. And as Bob said a few minutes ago, the nexus for 182 and some of this other stuff doesn't exist anymore. We don't have the impacts. We don't have the lots. If I still had the 3,000 lots, we wouldn't be sitting here today. And as far as tax dollars, we're not using one nickel of Elbert County's tax dollars to build these roads that we are going to build, and you don't need the other roads right now. If another project comes in, if somebody buys Gabriel and Jordan's property someday and they develop it, guess what? 182 is going to get built, guys, but not because of Spring Valley Ranch, because of something that hasn't hit the books yet.
I have in front of me the Spring Valley Vistas Residential Development Traffic Impact Assessment. And that was what justified the 16.5 miles total. And I've even got a yellow tag here. It includes Spring Valley Ranch and Spring Valley Vistas together. It includes some other peripheral properties like Sterling Crossing and some things like that. But as it related to you, and this is probably one of the things, looking back, it could have been documented perhaps a little bit better, is I remember I was on the Planning Commission at the time. I remember the county commissioners and the planning director, as they were called back then, wanted to make the DGA 2 all one agreement for both Spring Valley Vistas, and looking back on it, they should have been two separate documents. Be that as it may, the supporting documentation included both of those. And what I'm making a statement, but I'm asking, am I looking at this correctly?
Yeah, you're reading it exactly right. The Spring Valley Vistas traffic study did not just incorporate Spring Valley Vistas, it incorporated Spring Valley Ranch. And the reason that everything got put in the Spring Valley Ranch Development Guide Agreement is because I said it earlier, the ownership was common, the funding was common, and the county wanted to make sure that those roads were in our DGA, and we never got a DGA approved for Spring Valley Vistas.
And one other comment here is I've got the West Elbert County Transportation Master Plan in front of me, and it was done in 2008. And one of the projections in the West Elbert County Transportation Plan included the projected development of Spring Valley Vistas, and it in here estimates the population of Elbert County would be 40,000 people in 2020. If you take the Spring Valley Vistas out of it and assume 3,000 homes is about 3 people per day, that basic per home that would suggest to me that that's the difference between actual population today and the projections in the master plan.
When Spring Valley Vista died, the county shrunk a lot, and again, the 3,000 units would have probably generated close to 10,000 people. It's usually a little more than 3, but I think your rationale is good. Nobody anticipated 2007, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And all I know is I didn't create subprime, but I sure had to live it and I had to survive it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the story.
Ma'am, public
I'm not going to
comment is-
debate it.
is complete. If I could, Sean, I've got a few questions for you, and perhaps for Curtis as well.
Sean O'Hearn, Inertia Consulting Group.
Thanks. And I know you've been working Elbert County roads for quite a while. I know that was mention that we're deleting 3 roads or 3 accesses to gain 1. I mean, obviously, County Road 17 still exists, just unpaved, et cetera. But could you just talk a little bit? I mean, you gave a little bit of history of what we do now, but kind of some of the history we've had in how the county has managed external paving projects.
Sure.
Yeah.
Probably starting in 2010, when the county got a hazard elimination grant from CDOT for Kiowa Bennett Road, the rehabilitation of county roads started in earnest. And is this kind of the history?
Yeah,
you're looking
I
for?
mean, we've just
Okay.
had less than a stellar history with pavement and bringing new pavement in.
Yeah. So typically, I think 2 things are important. When the county improved or rehabilitated a gravel road to a paved road, so really based on budget. So using Kiowa Bennett as an example, there was about a little less than $2 million was granted from the feds. 4 miles of Kiowa Bennett was first cement treated and then paved. And if you remember that roadway before the pavement, it was as bad, if not worse, than County Road 29. And County Road 29, you'd lose your fillings if you rode down there every day for sure. So the county worked with what it had with regard to funds available. A pavement analysis for all of the paved roads in the county was done, and Public Works has taken that and has created a CIP. So why do roads get improved? It's based on traffic count. If it goes from gravel road to paved road, the condition of the pavement, if it's an investment, that it's an asset that the county has. So to maintain that asset, if it scored very low on a pavement analysis, those roads got the attention. Dangerous roads like Kiowa Bennett Road, County Road 29, County Road 915, County Road 45. I think in total in the last 10 years, close to 20 miles of roadway has been rehabilitated by the county. The process that the county has gone through, or the process that the county required the applicant to go through, was the exact same process that it goes through itself. So all of the, whether it's a traffic study, the other technical studies, the design plans, the county, as much as the county has a responsibility to its constituents, the county has to be fair and non-biased to any applicant as well. So that's why we hold the code that we measure whether something's technically correct or meets engineering standard. It has to be based on that code. So what we're doing here, how the roads have been assessed from a design standpoint, and I'll let Curtis talk a little bit about the traffic aspect, but it is completely consistent with how the county has processed other similar applications, either that they've done themselves or other applicants have come in. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, just kind of covering that. But Curtis, thanks. I know as an outside consultant looking at what the applicant provided, could you talk about your impression of the work done? And I know you've heard all the questions and comments as well. Is there anything that
Yes,
you wanted
absolutely.
to add to what the applicant had responded? I'd like to hear the county's position on what the applicant is saying as well.
Yep, happy to do so. Again, I'm Curtis Rowe with Kimley Horn, extension of Elbert County staff. We were provided the traffic impact studies that were prepared by the applicant. We reviewed those, we provided comments, they addressed those comments. We reviewed that and then found their traffic study to be acceptable. LSC is a reputable firm. The engineer, the traffic engineer, he is a professional traffic operations engineer, which is a nationally, if not internationally certified traffic engineer certificate, as am I. So I respect his opinion relative to the engineering aspects and recommendations that he provided in that study. And I concur with his recommendations and findings.
Okay. So you do feel that it's an adequate representation of the traffic expected in 2025, 2040 as discussed?
Yes, correct, yep. And, you know, like he described, they provided analysis for both 2025 and 2040 horizons. And so with that and the amount of traffic expected, the mitigations that they've proposed and that they've identified as being needed are correct. We agree with those assessments as well. Obviously, they are providing a big portion of mitigation with the new construction of the roadway. As clearly discussed and well documented, a new east-west connection is needed and valuable, providing that connection between County Road 13 and Delbert Road. And so we concur with the roadway configuration, the geometry of the intersections that they're proposing, and the turn lanes that are being constructed.
And I know the applicant's assertion on the amount of off-site improvements that are being made. I know you work with many jurisdictions, both in the state and outside. Is that accurate, that this is more than is generally
I heard that
demanded?
comment too that he made as well, and yes, I would concur with that. Based upon my experience, I have 27 years of experience of doing this type of work, and I would say that, you know, the amount of money that they're expending for this project is greater than what most developments have to do. So I would concur based upon my experience.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, just kind of following on from weekly status reports and pipeline reports and things like that we get from our various staff, I got the impression that to get an approved engineering outline for this road went through several iterations for culverts, for cuts and fills, for the slope on the banks, all of these different things. Is that correct?
It is. I think the 178 went through 4 reviews. And again, it was reviewed based on county code requirements, and it met those requirements. Some of the issues that the Meadow Station technical team have brought up are valid issues that we can talk through together, and within the spirit and intent of the code, because again, the plans have been reviewed, and it's our job to review and either recommend approval or disapproval. We've recommended approval. I think in his prudence, Rory Hale, Public Works, has said we're going to let this process work its way through, and then once that's done, if there's improvements to the plans, I still have the opportunity to allow those because I haven't signed them yet. That's where we are in the process. I think the process is working very well, and from the initial submittal to what the design represents now, shows a very good design. I think from a health and safety standpoint, comparing this road, because when I look at a set of plans, I'll compare 178 to say 174 or 194. And the vertical curves on those roads, if the applicant had come in with that kind of proposal, the answer would have been no, go back to the drawing board. So a lot of insight with regard to other roads and how they function from a drainage standpoint, from a drivability standpoint, goes into the review, whether it's Kimley Horns or Inertia's review. We've both been working in the county for, I think, me for 16 years, Curtis for at least 10. So we try and add that value that helps the applicant, that at the end of the day ends up as being a benefit to the county and its constituents.
So this road actually went through 3 separate engineering firms.
Four.
The applicants, you, and then Kimberly Horn.
Yeah, that's true. And we have recommended to Public Works that the plans be approved with the caveat that we are anxious to sit down with the Meadow Station team and see if we can take what's a good set of plans and make them even better.
Yeah, so when you're doing, you had mentioned kind of safety comparisons, lines of sight and slopes or, of existing roads. If you were starting from scratch with just 2 lines on a map, is there a way to really determine which is going to be safer than another, or does that, are we talking about selecting a route and designing to reduce
So,
risk?
you know, as engineers, when we're given a challenge like designing a new road, we design it so that it will be safe. And so, you know, if you looked at any alignment, east-west alignment, wherever it be located, it's going to be designed and constructed to meet the national and county standards. And so based upon that, you know, either of those roadways would be built to provide the safety that's required for that roadway. So the safety just comes out of that design, being an appropriate design of that roadway. And so a comparison about, you know, which roadway may be safer really would be just dependent upon if there are vertical curves or grades, as Sean mentioned, that would preclude, you know, one of those alignments as not being as optimal as another.
And it's really, from our perspective, pretty simple. There's a code that an applicant and an applicant's engineer have to follow in designing a roadway, and it's that same code that we review. And they meet the code requirements. And like I alluded to earlier, when you're on a roller coaster, he mentioned vertical curves. There's a component to that curve. It's called a K value. If the county code for this type of roadway allows a K value of in the 20s or 30s or 40s or 50s, which is pretty low. That's like being on a roller coaster and feeling your stomach in your mouth and so on. What the applicant has done is, knowing that they could meet code by doing that, they've actually elongated those vertical curves to make it a lot different than 174th, best way to describe it. So they've gone, they could have done things to meet code, but may not have been the best engineering practice. They didn't do that. And we recognize that.
Thank you. Might be Rory, it might be you. Just some comments on the ongoing transportation study that we're developing. There's been discussions
Got the man right here.
as part of that designating truck routes. I know there was discussion about the amount of truck traffic and heavy traffic that's on Delbert. So what do you anticipate, and what's looked at if the county does go forward to designate certain routes for heavy vehicles? And certainly would that address some of the issue that we're having with heavier vehicles on Delbert Road? And then I guess by extension there was maybe a slightly separate issue are there different considerations when you're designing intersections where you're going to see heavy trailer use versus smaller vehicles?
Yeah, both very good questions. You are correct. We are undergoing the Transportation Master Plan currently, and one of the tasks of that Transportation Master Plan is to identify truck routes within the county. Currently, there is not an established identified plan. One of the aspects of developing that and why that will be beneficial to the county is then you'll be able to enforce trucks from traveling on routes that are not identified on that plan. And so that's the goal. We're in the process still right now of developing those recommendations and working with the county and the public. It's an open process with public involvement, and so all of that is being developed, and so we will have truck route identification. With regards to trailers and in our public process of development as part of this transportation master plan, that was a comment that we received from the public. And so part of what we are doing is looking at adequate shoulders and shoulder widths so that we can be sure that we can accommodate those larger vehicles in the turns. And so I heard someone else mention that in the public, and that is a good comment. And so we are incorporating that in recommendations as part of that transportation master plan.
For design of the intersection, we're discussing the length of turn lanes or acceleration lanes or stacking. That takes into account the typical traffic that we are seeing, I'd assume. I mean, we are looking at how much of that is potentially trucks with trailers or like horse trailers, hay trailers, or others, or how did we do, when we do traffic counts? I mean, I know we do traffic counts, but are we also looking at vehicle types when designing to accommodate those for turns?
Yep. So all of that is accommodated in that, and so it's calculated based upon the storage length and the deceleration, and so those are combined into the left turn lane length that's recommended. And so we concur with the recommendations from the traffic study that developed that turn lane length and agree that that turn lane that's being proposed to be constructed will be sufficient to accommodate the project traffic volume.
Just one other quick comment. This is to Chris Hatton's comment about building 180. That would go through the middle of some ranchers' properties and cut their fields in half and things like that. I didn't realize it could make so much noise. Is that would be unfair to the landowners, the existing landowners.
Just an opinion, you look at roadways as an opportunity to develop land. So if whatever alignment goes in, it's an opportunity to the folks that live along that. So I don't know what the answer is to that question. It brings up an interesting thought. The state of Colorado, unlike many other, like the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, for instance, projects like this, the larger project, Spring Valley, would require an environmental impact report. And part of that is an alternatives analysis. There's nothing either in Elbert County or the state of Colorado that requires that be done. So good conversation. It's something that may happen in the future, but it's not something that either the state's going to promulgate or the county. It's really up to the landowner to it's really at its essence a landowner right issue, I think, opinion, if that helps.
I'll just add one comment.
Yes.
I did have extensive conversations with the Everetts, the Jordans, and the Gabriels, and I think I've gotten to know them reasonably well over the last several years. I think they would perceive that to be very unfair. I'll just say that.
And again, I think this is probably one that, Sean, you might be more familiar with, but with the change, I mean, I think there was some point made earlier that somehow we were giving up 2 other connections, which I'm assuming would be 186 and 17 onto 194. And those still do exist, obviously. The road network is there, it's unpaved and portions of it, but based on these changes, do you see a current requirement for paving on those roads?
The road, well, for the most part, 186 is paved.
Right,
It could use a rehabilitation. County Road 21, which is oil and gas wells on either side of it, the county had contemplated an oil and gas related DOLA grant to pave that roadway. And I think that it's something that can happen. Should it happen? Is it something that should develop this application, and I agree with Curtis. In all of my years, the amount of roads that the county is getting for the number of rooftops is higher than most in my experience, much higher in a significant amount. So is it something to piggyback on top of this application? I would say no. On the other hand, is that a good candidate to solicit funds that the county can do on its own? You bet. You bet. And that's what DOLA's oil and gas grants are for.
And that's part of what we're doing as part of the Transportation Master Plan, is identifying those future projects and then prioritizing them. And so we'll have a complete list of projects for the county consideration with priorities. And then as developments come in, if they are impacting that roadway, then that will be something that would be considered at that time.
You know, just I'll leave you with this. I think what's going through your mind is that you just want to you don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to create an albatross by deciding if these are the right roads. For this development, for this point in time, regardless of whether alternatives analysis were done or not, my opinion is this is the appropriate amount of roadway for the development, and the alignments make sense. So.
Any other questions? Alrighty, so I think that hit all of the more technical things that I'd collected. There were a couple other issues that were hanging out there. There was a question about why this was not a nighttime meeting. We discussed this some at our last land use meeting, where this was continued to this date and time. Prior to taking office, and I think it had been the practice for the county for quite a while before that, as far as I'm aware, and I know Commissioner Slagle preceded us, that land use was essentially just tacked on to the end of every BOCC meeting. If there wasn't a lot of regular meeting business to take care of, you could be doing the land use hearing at 9:30 in the morning. It could be at 4:30 in the afternoon, and you had applicants and people that may have taken time off to testify and provide public comment, sitting around all day waiting and not knowing when a hearing was going to take place. And we did recognize that that wasn't a good use of anybody's time. So we made the decision to hold these meetings specifically at 1 p.m. So if there was a tremendous desire to be at a meeting to make public comment, then it reduced the time that somebody would have to take off from work. They could take the afternoon if they needed to be. We've since expanded to allow, and definitely have always taken email, letter comments, and now have added the ability for people to attend remotely and make comment from wherever they might be, as long as they have phone service. So evening meetings, when you look at the number of folks that are here to support a meeting like this from the county staff, also take away from their ability to do their day-to-day duties. We have, since I've been in office, held one land use hearing in the evenings. That was for independence. It was platting for an existing entitlement, but bringing 920 new homes into the county. A large change from what people had seen, and we knew it was going to take at least 2 days to get through that hearing. And we chose to do that one in the evening. One, we knew there was also quite a bit of public input that people wanted to make, but we still had to continue serving the citizens during the daytime. So to take 2 full days out with other elected officials, senior staff away from their desks, this seemed like the the best way to address and make best use of everybody's time, both the taxpayers' dollars that are going into the services that our employees provide, and minimize the time that people might have to take off if they did want to be here. We did, I think, receive 5, maybe 6 requests from people that wanted to move this to tonight. At least 3 of them are from people that, as far as I'm aware, make almost every meeting that we've had. And we did get considerable input, and I know I've read through all of it. I think there were about 196 individual messages that we got, and then we heard from quite a few people that had previously submitted information today. So we do want hearings to be as full and fair and open to as many people as possible, but we also have to look at the other responsibilities that the county and the county staff have. So again, we kind of had this discussion at our last meeting, but I know we didn't have the new system working, so audio wasn't all that great for what was recorded there. Are there any other general ones? Okay. So with that, what is the time? Okay, it's 4:40. I'd like to take about a 5-minute recess just to organize my thoughts and for my fellow commissioners, and then we'll make some decisions as to whether we go forward, make with conditions, don't go forward, or we continue. So, thank you.
Go. that makes sense, that's rational. That's the problem. So our position is, we're going to have 3,000 lots, extra 18 miles, that were really designed for roads. These other things that we do, rational is not the same as it was. And so, in theory, if you subject to a challenge as it exists, we have lost that. But there's legal things that we say, under the Constitution, there's no competition of land to add an extra hundred that's not in reasonable nexus to the land that is developed or not. And, you know, there's a data down there, and obviously what this government advanced that it's going to do. But certainly today, while trying to run over roads, if this would come up today, would you have hired on those roads? Just the opposite. And that's what we do. Well, that's sometimes you gotta ruin all the technical stuff, and then you have to kind of say how to explain it all the challenge really is. So that's where it's better than me as a do. I had a mentor who went to school nearby. Lawyers' jobs make complex problems that make them simple. And all lawyers make simple problems complex. Right. Right. That's the concept, but let me tell you how that works. It's very, that's even more technical. Right. To annex into a town or a city, you have to be adjacent. And lots of times they do what's called a flagpole. It's like, wait a minute, that's happening. So they basically annex in the road. There's a property up there. It's like, is that right back in town? Is they get a flagpole. And you can only do the flagpole for the which is okay. It's too far, and then have a flag system. Not exactly. But I've got there's no. You look at the map and then you do it. That's what I do. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, if you're, alrighty, we'll get back in session here. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it was a long 5. Apologize for the long 5 minutes, but obviously there's a lot to think about with this one today. So, I guess for the applicant, I know the Planning Commission had recommended a condition add of snow fencing. Are you good with that? Okay. And if this does go forward, would you accept a condition to continue working with the county staff on addressing the Meadow Station's drainage needs to get to the final approval on that?
Yeah,
road?
we did agree to the snow fence, looking into, where it's appropriate to put it. And we're on board with discussing drainage concerns that certain people have presented to us from the Meadow Station group, including Carlson Ranch. Again, I said it earlier, the plans as they were originally done are good plans, and we stand by our design, but we're willing to look at possible enhancements.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'd accept a motion, and certainly we'll have some discussion before any vote. So.
I'll make a motion. We approve Spring Valley DGA 3 proposal number GD 200073.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval with the conditions, but certainly I think there's some discussion necessary. So do you have any comments, Rick? Before
I'll let you go ahead.
Okay. Grant?
Okay. One of the things about agreements and negotiations and that type of thing is the conclusion should always be based on current and projected facts. In terms of DGA 2, which this will amend, is that the circumstances compared to what facilitated the agreement in DGA 2 have changed in a very material sort of a way. The DGA 2, if you go to the traffic plan and also the Elbert County Transportation Master Plan, contemplated that Spring Valley Vistas would be built. Now, one of the things that is a little puzzling is the way the paperwork was put together, but I am more involved in looking at all of the facts as they are today. The current facts are that only 1,786 homes are approved for being built, not that plus 3,000. It also negates the county's obligation to spend somewhere, it depends on how you handle County Road 17, but somewhere around $1.5 million to $2 million, which would have been out of county taxpayer pockets now. So if we approve the DGA 3, those obligations no longer exist. Now, one of the things also that, for me anyway, is if you look at the map as it exists today, to me it's pretty obvious what's going to happen over the next 10 years. The non-developed space that is close to the Denver, Douglas County, Arapahoe County all of these things, it's very clear that some of these larger blocks of land that exist today, there will be development plans brought to us sometime in the future. Those plans, my guess is, will replace Spring Valley Vistas in some material sort of a way. If that is the case, then that's how those additional roads would be financed. After I look at all of the presentation from staff, the applicant, and considering to the best I can all of the public comment, and also putting that in the context of the entire county, not 2 square miles, or 1 square mile actually, that covers Meadow Station. We have to look at this thing in a grand sort of a way as will this contribute to what we expect the future road system in the county will look like. We're a little bit premature there because we've got a national or a countywide transportation plan that's well into the process of being accomplished, and we're not there yet. So I find that this application complies with the county's notice requirements, applicable land use requirements, road design, and construction standards, but most importantly, it recognizes current facts and circumstances.
All right, as said, there was quite a bit, and there's a long history with this project, a lot of information provided today, but at the end of the day, what we're being asked to do is decide whether there's a change to be made that's appropriate. So, probably the first thing to ask just is there a reason to consider a change? And I do believe there is. There are definitely changes in what growth was anticipated when this agreement was made 16 years ago and where that growth has happened. And those changes are considerable. That in itself should warrant a relook at what the original, or the most recent change to the design guide was. Are the changes that are proposed reasonable? I believe they are. The reduction in road miles by percent is much less than the reduction in rooftops. We've definitely heard that the amount of off-site improvements associated with Spring Valley Ranches by DGA 2 was far in excess, and again, the contemplation and approval of Spring Valley Vistas and the documents that were associated with the Vistas kind of show that those were interconnected at that time. We need new east-west connections in that region, that's clear. The building of a new connection east-west is much more valuable to the county than the paving, if the option is paving the existing roadways. We'll get to that with future development or other sources, but that new connection is incredibly valuable. I know there were discussions of whether, initially it was looked at years ago as right on the 178 line. It's kind of moved to about 178 point something. It was proposed today 180 and 182, the original. But, as a local government, as just a position, we're not in the business of condemning land and taking people's property. That is an authority we have, but the fact that there is an existing right-of-way generally along the 178 section line would make it very hard to convince any judge that there's an overwhelming public need to build a different road along the same alignment, but just a little farther north. So I'm not even sure if condemnation would be possible. If I were sitting on the judge's side, I would say no, because there's an alternative that already exists and a right-of-way that already exists. There is no cost to the county or the taxpayers in this. By not requiring the paving of 1721 and that piece that we had responsibility for 70% of on 17, and not having to put money into the paving of of 13, and that burden being on the developer, there's a savings in the order of magnitude of $2 million. And that's a cost avoidance at this time that could be used potentially to match other grants coming in, or that burden could be shifted to completely to a future developer and be savings and monies that could be used elsewhere in the county. There was discussions on the reuse system. I don't see that as a substantial change based on the fact that the permitting is already moving forward and the plans are in place for the next phase of development. Safety, obviously, a big consideration. There's a lot of discussion today that I think really illustrated on the engineering side the thoughtfulness and care that's gone into this. They did go out and walk the ground. The result of this is going to be a safer section of Delbert than we've had. Drainage does remain a potential design issue, and from our county engineer and from the applicant, we have a commitment that they'll keep working before the design is finalized. But the final design is not a DGA decision. The DGA decision is generally the routing decision. I do have remaining concerns on the low levels of service that are designed, but quite frankly, we don't have standards written in the county that require a certain level of service to be met. I think that is something I would like to see in this transportation master plan to address. Does the county want to establish and hold future applicants to a higher level of service, C or above? Now, if we do that, we're also holding ourselves as a county to that, which means taking on the burden of traffic lights on our own in places as we design things. So that's a longer discussion than really can be got in today. But going into this clearly, the applicant wouldn't have applied if there wasn't some benefit to the applicant. I think we all understand that. But there are benefits to the county. We do get an east-west connection. I do think we get improved safety in that area of Delbert Road. I know that's a matter of a lot of debate and a lot of assertions that were made. But there is also the cost avoidance or the outright savings of nearly $2 million, which at this point, $2 million is an awful lot of money to a county like this. And it's not just chasing the dollars, but I think in total, these are reasonable changes to ask for, and I do support moving forward as proposed.
I would just say I do take the citizen input very seriously when I'm looking at these kind of things, but I also have to look at what recommendations the staff and the professional people that are doing these projects and what they have to say, and look at what I think is going to benefit the county down the road. But also, there's legal implications that you have to look at, whether it's on the citizen side or the developer side, and have to weigh those on the best course of action. So that's about all I got to say.
So with that, we have a motion and a second on the table to approve the DGA with the conditions that were shown, and adding a condition to continue working between the applicant's engineers and the county engineers with the folks from Carlson Ranch and Meadow Station. So so with that, I would ask for a roll call vote.
Jim, did you accept that additional condition of approval?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So actually, I guess we don't need a roll call vote. I would just say, for those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Thank you. We have 3 ayes, so the motion passes. I would accept a motion to close public hearing at this time.
So moved.
I'll second.
The motion and a second to close public hearing on this item. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. I'd accept a motion to adjourn for the day.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
The motion and second to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We are adjourned.